One, let's get ready to rumble. I hope everybody slept well last night, even after the USA was defeated in the World Cup match against Belgium, and they were flat out outplayed and made a lot of mistakes. uh, but they did advance to the sweet level that they did, and no doubt soccer has come a long way in the United States of America. It's just a shame that they don't call it football like the rest of the world. So welcome to the tank, everyone. My name is Catfish Tyler, and I go by that name because we like to try to buy on the bottom. We avoid buying on the top. and we also look for opportunities on stocks that are oversold to get in on news of reverse splits and things like that. Now, I'm not a financial advisor, and I make only one guarantee, and that is that there are no guarantees. No guarantees. But there are certainly uh, odds, okay? Uh, and what we want to do is when we're playing the game, if you will, day trading, we want to increase our odds of profiting and decrease our odds of losing money. It's as simple as that. And there's a way that we do it here together on this channel, and that is by trading using scanners and screeners and different things that can help us target hot stocks. And one more advantage we have here, pardon me a minute here, is that we advise one another on this channel about stocks that we're in. And one of the individuals that was here yesterday, I want to thank you for your comment when you were talking about the fact that money was pulling out of, or that the one we were trading was getting ready to fall. And I've seen falls before, but I want to tell you, since we've had this change in the way that people can do transactions recently, the lesson to be learned is I'm still going to be buying in my small increments as it goes up. I'm still going to be doing that. But when it gets to the top, I'm going to stop. Well, it's hard to say because I buy in 20s. And yesterday, when that stock was at its highs, I was selling it. That's KIDZ, 400 shares at a time. So I was trying to thereby lower the number of shares I had in the stock. And I was doing that quite well. When the KIDZ yesterday was at its highs, I was selling it, and I was selling 400 shares at a time. But when it started to fall, I started buying in my usual 20 and 60 share increments. And it just really, really did continue to fall. So lesson learned. Um, once we get our profits on these runners, let's just sell it all, right? Sell it all. Take it to the bank. Put 33% over into an interest bearing account so that we can pay our taxes quarterly. Don't don't throw a CPA a stack of your documents this thick. If you have a CPA. And several times I've had people ask the question, um, what does it cost you to do all these trades? And I'm going to show you because I've been trading a lot on this account. You guys have witnessed it. And right now, Right here, it cost $104. Total commissions and fees paid 104.37. 104.37. So that's not bad considering how many times I've traded, folks. You've seen how much I've been trading. Sometimes hundreds of times per day. And if not close to at least 100. So it's hardly noticeable, folks, what you pay in these fees when you trade in the way I do, just so you're aware of it. All right, so what are we looking at this morning? What are we going to take a look at this morning? Well, for one thing, we'll get up here and look at KIDZ. And we're going to do some science here. And we're going to do some hunting. Okay, so one thing good at whatever time this was, 210. At 210, this stock experienced a crossover with the current price, the orange 10-day, the blue 5-day, the 50-day, all crossing over the rising 200-day moving average. That's nice. And then it bounces off of it, bounces off, bounces off, bounces off, bounces off. All right, we're watching it. Then here we go. 4 a.m. 4 a.m., folks. And it's time to all the shares that they just accumulated to get it to rise up over the 200. It's time to start to sell them. Short the position at 96 cents, 95 cents. Short it and start selling all those shares that you've accumulated and sell them and sell them and sell them and keep selling them and keep selling them and make that 200 keep falling. And by the way, just so you know, the price here was, yeah, the price of the stock had reached 93 cents, 93 cents. So here comes the sell off. And currently we're sitting at 84 ask, 10-cent drop since 4 a.m. 10-cent drop since 4 a.m. And now this is in the after hours last night. It rose up and crossed over. I guess about 2 in the morning. That was 2 in the morning. Triple crossover at 2 in the morning. And then 4 a.m. strikes and bam, sell, 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 Mortimer. Short that position and sell it down all the way down to 83 cents. Huh, 83 cents. My buy sell sheet, what's this numbers right here say to buy back at? Right down here at the bottom, 82.83 on the buy sell sheet. Buy back 78, 82, 83. 82, 83. And coincidentally, that's the numbers that they drove it down to right there this morning. And that number that they achieved was, it looks like the lowest they got it was, by George, 83 cents, right on the button. 83. And so that is one of my reentry numbers, 83 cents. Now, especially if you look at the 5-day chart, and the 5-day shows you this. It shows you that the price of this stock reached twice what it is right now. It's exactly twice what it is, folks, at 84 cents. That would be 168. What do you know? They've got it at half price special right now on KIDZ. 50% off. And the company unveiling its robotics learning platform is what caused the spike to $1.68, and says the stock was surging as the company unveils robotics learning platform. That was on July the 6th, yesterday morning, in the pre-market $1.68. And then, by the way, no, when the market opened up, this was in the real time. This is after the market opened, because I remember selling in the 166, 164. So anyway, the thing is, like I said yesterday morning, when this thing took off, I sold probably for 1,600 shares there, and then it dropped, and I started buying it. And then, as you know, when it reached my number on my sell sheet, I started selling it there. And that price would be on my sell sheet, I'm sure, 131. Absolutely, I sold there, and you guys watched me do that. I always sell 130, 131, 132, 133. I'll even sell 129. So anyway, so I sold there, and I was selling 400 shares at a time. Bam, 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 bam. Then they started dropping it, and I started buying it. And I bought a lot of shares of this stock. Again, I bought a lot. And right now, even though I'm up on the stock from where I bought it here and sold it here, then I closed that position out and started a new position on the stock when it was here, and bought it all through here. I bought it all through here as they dropped it in the after hours. Even I did not buy any in the after hours, which I wish I had, but now I got a better buying opportunity. I'm going to buy here at 50% off the 186, 168 price. 83 cents, folks. It's below 50% off right now. And by the way, just another little thing to know about this stock, which I'll share with you now. If you go over here and look at their statistics, well, first of all, let's look at their historical data. This is KIDZ. It traded yesterday 187 million shares. All right, just remember that 187 million, and it went from $1.68 to a dollar, and now they've got it at 83 cents. But here's what I want you to see. Look at the statistics. How many shares are outstanding after it sold 183 million yesterday? Shares outstanding 2 million. 2 million, folks. 2.06 million shares to be exact. And the float is only 782,084. Now, down here, held by institutions, very few shares, and held by insiders, virtually none. So they have no risk. But 16% of the shares outstanding are shorted right now. And also, shares shorted right now on this stock, KIDZ, is 127,000. And shares shorted in the previous month was only 16,000. 16,000 that was all shorted the prior month. And now 127,000 shares short. Okay, so that's a fairly high short position right now. A lot of shorts on this. And just give me a minute here. This is what the company does. KIDZ, a technology driven education company, operates on an online enrichment class platform for children aged 4 to 17. The company's platform offers various enrichment programs, including language, science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, music, and others. In addition, it focuses on AI compute infrastructure, GPU cloud platforms, and data center ecosystems. The company was formerly known as Class Over Holdings, changed its name to Kids AI Incorporated in May of 2026. Founded in 2020 and is headquartered in New York. Upcoming events, well, they had one on July the 5th, corporate changes in voting matters, okay? All right, so that's pretty much what we got there with this company. It's down 20% this morning, but it's down 50% from where it was yesterday, Friday in the pre-market. All right. Or I mean Monday in the pre-market, I should say. Uh so this is what I'm taking a look at. I like to buy the number 83. I'll just tell you that. I like to buy that number. So you can be the judge. I provide, you decide. All right, now let's take a look at some other stocks that are being called out this morning. And let's get them down on a piece of paper. So, Jayhawk, I want to tell you, thank you for calling out KIDZ stock yesterday because I know a lot of people made good money on that one here. And today is 7/7, should be a good day. Let me roll up here and say good morning to everyone and thank you for being here. Let's go up here and start at the top. We investors. Yes, sir. Is that the very first thing this morning? No. The morning started with Nouveau Music. Good morning, Cat and everyone. Good morning. Nouveau Music. Jayhawk, good morning. May we all have a blessed day today. Yes. Nisi Jane, good morning, everyone. Time to rise and shine. Yes. SPHL. All right. Got it, Jayhawk. Could be a good day, trader, today. We have to see. Okay. I'll put beside it DT. Got it. There are four reverse splits today. Okay. NCRA, CGTL, SVC, and PFSA. Thank you. Reverse splits. Okay, got it, Jayhawk. Thank you very much. CPOP. Someone called that out yesterday, I believe. Good morning, Jeffy Guru. CPOP run. CPOP, CPOP, CPOP's traded. 151 million shares outstanding. 151 million shares outstanding. Thank you. On CPOPper. A little too, Jeffy Guru, a little too cheap. I'd have to trade 10,000 shares in order. Yeah. SPHL 0.56 cent swings. Got it, Jeffy Guru. That's good to know. Okay. But low volume, okay. Got it, got it, got it, got it. SUGP broke 8 at SUGP 25-cent swings. Got it. All right, hold on. Let me back this up. 0.25-cent swings. Good morning, Kevin Banks. Welcome. Jeffy Guru, SUGP broke ATH at 116, previous 113, all-time high. Thank you. Got it. 116. Okay. All right. Good morning, Marsh. Jayhawk calling on SKYQ. We know that one can move quickly. Good morning. Kevin Banks, yes. Get in and get out. Yes. Morning Tank. That's right. That's right, Jayhawk. Morning Tank. Net5 said hi. Oh, Net5 gold coin. Thank you very much. Thank you for that donation. You're the first to go on the list for our drawing. All right. Thank you. And I'm reading up till on my phone because it's already, you guys have put so much chat up that the early stuff is already gone. KIDZ has no volume. Got it? Yep. SUGP new all-time high. Yep. Can't trade SUGP on Thinkorswim. Huh. Your account must be unrestricted. Yes. Go over to your chat um, on Jayhawk. Go over to your home screen on Charles Schwab and look up in the top. You'll see a thing that says support. Click on the word support on your Charles Schwab account, and then you'll see the option to go to chat. And then in the chat, type in there, I would like to have my account unrestricted. And it should be done within 24 hours. Yes. Rudiggity, CRNX. Thank you very much. They denied me, signed the waiver. Jeffy Guru, sign a waiver. Good morning, Mr. Catfish and Jayhawk. Yes, you can do it through chat from the website, but you lose margin. Jeffy Guru, thank you for letting us know that. Jayhawk, I thought you said SURG. Oh no, account goes back to cash account. Yeah, and Jayhawk says my cat already is. Happy boy, TDTH and Lucy. All right. Yeah, I made some good money on Lucy yesterday. So thank you for calling that out. If that was you. All right. See, I love Lucy. Lucy's flying. Lucy, baby. Yep. Cat, it's still breakfast here in Cali. I still keep forgetting. Okay, I'm trying to catch everybody. We Vesters, good morning. Uh, all right. Yeah, it was me. Okay, good. I got it. So Weavester says, yes, sir. And Port Bear, come on, kids. Yeah, clock right at 8 a.m. Hey, look, it's 8:08. It's going to be 8:08 and 48 seconds. Let's hit the like button together, everyone, okay? Please, at 8:08 and 48 seconds, let's all hit the like button, all right? I would very much appreciate it if you would help this channel grow even more. Um, we had a major setback on this channel. Here we go, though. We're going to start the countdown now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit that like button right there. And let's get even more people over to the channel, if you wouldn't mind. And thank you very much. Jeez, oh, Pete's. Let me go over here to view your channel. I'm on yesterday's stream. That's what the problem is here. I'm seeing two things. All right. Let's get up here to today's stuff. Okay, here we go. My account is already cashed. TDTH, Lucy, it was me. TDTO, I got it here. TDTH, all right. Thank you. It was me. See, I had, all right, now let me get back over here. There we are. So let's go look at some of these stocks. All right. I found not in all, but my little stocks, especially pharmaceuticals and biotechnology. But I'm sure in every sector, if there's a spread, leave it alone. Psychology mind traps you into not sell. Yes, they also said that I wouldn't be able to try it again for 6 months. Wow, that's very nice of them. Well, this is one of the reasons why I try to only trade stocks that everyone can trade. But I do trade some that are limited on here. So now I'm looking at KIDZ, and I see it was a good buy at 83. It still hasn't gone much higher, but it is moving higher, and the ask is rising, and the ask is now 84.13. And I don't see a lot of volume though. Is what was one thing that someone mentioned, and so we're going to take a look at this on the 1 day chart right now. And we're going to look at that right there. And we certainly got a lot of herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herky jerk, herky jerky, herky jerk going on. The 50-day appears to be falling and the 200 as well. But let's look at the 5 day chart. Are they? No. Well, the 50 is certainly falling, and the 200 though is pretty steady. All right. And to be just below the 200, well, that's no big deal, folks, because down here it was just below the 200, and you saw what happened to it. All right. And the stock I'm on here is KIDZ. KIDZ. Now, this stock only has a little over 2 million shares outstanding. So it doesn't need a lot of volume for it to move on news. And that's why it shot up to $1.68. But right now, folks, it's half off. That's right. 84 cents times two is $1.68. So it is exactly half off right now. 50% off. It's skyrocketed price yesterday morning in the pre-market. KIDZ. I'm just throwing it out there. Next, we're going to look at SPHL. And we're going to look at it on the 1 day chart. All right. SPHL. Okay, there it is. Spike this morning. Low was 234. and high was 370. Wow, that's $1.36 spread, right? Alexa, what is 3.70 minus 2.34?
3.7 minus 2.34 is 1.36.
Yeah. So a 136 swing on SPHL. Forget about the 50-cent swing. That's a $1.36 swing from low to high. $1.36 low to high. Now, but here's the thing. The first run up was from 234, ladies and gentlemen, to this point right here, 234. And that was $3, okay? Well, that's 66 cents, folks. All right. Then up 66 cents from 234, yep, to $3. That's 66 cents, folks. Then how far did they pull it down from the $3? They ran it down from $3 to 280, 20-cent pullback to 280. Then what did it do from there? From 280, it went up to 340, 341. That's 60 cents up again. The first one was up 60. Now they're up 6. The first one was up 66, and now they're up 60. So this run from here to here was 66 cents, and then from here to here was 60 cents. Just so you know. And then it stopped here at 342, 341 to 288, Savannah. 341 down to 288. 288, Savannah. And Alexa, what is 3.42 minus 2.88?
3.42 minus 2.88 is 0.54.
All right. And then from there, 288, it shot up to 370. Alexa, what is 3.70 minus 2.88?
3.7 minus 2.88 is 0.82.
So then it rose 82 cents. Oh, God. And then what they drop it to? 82 cents. Let me hold on. It was at 370, and they dropped it from 370 to 270. They dropped it $1. Wow. Then from there, it came up to 270 up to 283, so up 13 cents. And then from there, uh, they dropped it from there 286 to 272, which is on my buy sheet, 72. So about an 11-cent drop there now. But you can see This is how it often is, very radical swings in the pre-market, and then it gets down here and it settles into a range, and then it starts sometimes trading in this range right here. We'll have to see what it does. It's already been herked and jerked right through here a lot. You can see when it was going up that they were herking it. They were herking it down and jerking it up and herking it down and jerking it up and herking and jerking and herking and jerking. And all the while, the 200-day rising and the current price, the 5-day, the 10-day, the 50-day, all crossing the 200. It's a triple upside crossover. Now, what's the news on this SPHL? I don't see any news. Stock increased by 14% to 292. The company's market cap, Springview Holdings. But there's no known reason why. There's no news that I can see. The stock closed at 296 a share. The bid now is 266 and the ask is 270. SPHL. All right. No news. Little spike this morning. SPHL hit high of 370. All right. Thank you for bringing that one up. Next, we're going to look at CPOP. Hold on. Uh, Here we go. CPOP. And where my little flashlight went? But doesn't matter that much. Let's look at CPOP. Lots of swinging there, too. So we're 10 to 13 to 11 to 13 to 12 to 14 to 11 to 12. Then the herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herked it all the way down to 10 cents. 10 cents up to 11 cents, then down to 10 and a half, 10.66 to be exact. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. That price you see right there that they ran it down to right there is 10.66. I know it sounds unbelievable, but Savannah, there it is again. The number 66, 1066 for the bottom. And once they achieved that little bottom at 1066, up she went. Jeez. To 1377. 1377. Nice. 1066 to 1377. And then from 1377 down to 1201. 1.7 cents. Well, it looks like a good little swing trader, but let's look and see if they do a lot of reverse splits. CPOP. So let's go up here. Split history, CPOP. Let's enter this stock. CPOP, Pop Culture Group. They have done one split on October the 27th of 2023. 1 for 10. So unfortunately, see, that was probably to get their stock back into NASDAQ compliance. but I don't know that for a fact. I don't know why they did the reverse split, but they have done one before, and so that's one thing to be careful about. These penny stocks, man, sometimes they can make moves like this. You might want to go back and look at their history and see what's going on here. CPOP, enter. All right. I can tell you one thing here on June the 10th, this stock went up 110%. It was halted on a circuit breaker, up 141%. 610. So about a month ago, so we already know this thing can make a move. It can make a move. All right. Now, on that date, 610, pop culture earnings per share 0.00, down from 0.21. Year over year sales 68 point, up from 41 million. 68 million from 41 million. That's a very nice year over year growth on sales. And then it went up 141% and got halted. And then they resumed trading. And this is all after financial results. Halted on a circuit breaker to the upside. Stock now up 608%. Jeez. On 610, it's halted on a circuit breaker, up 141%. And then the next circuit breaker comes in, and it's gone all the way up to how much? It went from 141% to 608%, halted it. So they let it go up about 450%, folks, before they halted it the second time. Jeez. Why can't we ever have that happen? Man, they halted that stock so fast on us yesterday, KIDZ. They halted that sucker. Oh, gosh. It was up 30% and they halted it. Hold on a second. All right, well, CPOP. They've certainly been playing it right now, and might be a good day trader. I have to watch it. 151 million shares outstanding, though. CPOP. And you could do another search for right here, Google. You could try a CP. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me capitalize this. CPOP uh, public share offering and see if you can find any headlines of them doing it. Yes, June 12th. There it is. June the 12th. Pop culture announces pricing of 8 million registered direct offering. And if they have 151 million shares outstanding, well, if they had 100 million and they put out 8 million shares, Oh, no, it's $8 million, not shares. Oh gosh, that's a totally different thing because I don't know the price per value of 0.01 per share. Okay, Xiamen, China, June 12th, CPOP announced it had entered into a securities purchase agreement with a new fundamental institutional investor for the purchase and sale of 53,333,000 Class A ordinary shares of the company. And this was announced on June 12th. So if I come back over here to CPOP stock, June 12th, go to historical data, June 12th, the price had been $1.65 the day before. June 11th, June 12th, 27 cents. It opened at 19. They dropped it to 17.40. No, what happened was it opened at 19 and it went up to 27.30, folks. And then it dropped to 17.40 and closed near that low at 19.50 is what it did. Traded 96,000 shares. Well, this is so typical, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to be aware this is so typical, and you can learn from this. See what the price of the stock was: 30 cents, 30 cents, 29 cent, 24 cent low, 25 cent low, 30 cent low. See what the price was? All of a sudden, it spiked in price right here, June 10th, and it hit all the way up to 255. And then what did they do? A public share offering. And it was easy to get them to pay 1 cent per share on the public share offering because the price was up at 165. See that? 165 on June 11th. And then they made the announcement on June 12th. So they sold the shares at, hold on, here it is. Yep. 0.15 per share, 15 cents per share, at an offering price of 15 cents per share. All right, Jayhawk, I hear you. John Connor, they're talking back and forth. And Good morning, Cat and everyone. Hi, men. Hello there. That sucks. Dang. John Connor, I understand what you're saying, but I'm trading the stock right now that has a spread every day, hardly no volume, and I'm getting 15 to 30 cents spread on that trade. Yep. And I made 250 bucks yesterday doing it. Nice. See? That's a great thing to do. I've told you about that, Jayhawk. Those spreads on the high the buy sell spreads, man, can be money makers. Good morning to everyone in the tank. Don Bordelon, hello. That's why I have multiple accounts, Cat. I can trade it on my Robinhood. Yes, I would just prefer to use Thinkorswim. Yes. But John Connor, I use multiple computers to do it, so I can trade regular with you guys while I'm also doing that on another computer. Yeah, but it could do the same thing it did yesterday morning. Cat, look at yesterday. That's why I said we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, CCHH. We'll take a look at it. Jayhawk, we'll look at that. High of 0.83 this morning. Got it? Up from 46. Now all the way back down to 48. Ooh, got it. All right. 53 million shares. Silo, thank you. Pharma subsidiary Quick Agents joins NVIDIA developer program. All right. Okay, got that. Silo, yep. 1.3 million shares outstanding. That's good to know. Yes, it does not work on all of them. It does not work on all of them, but it does on some. And you are correct 100% on all that. Yes, you are. You are correct 100% on that. Now, I want to show you guys something that I discovered and I started tracking. It involves this channel, and I want you to see that going back to December the 22nd, all right, of last year, December 22nd, 2025, these are the numbers of subscribers that I was receiving per day. I was receiving this many views, 17,729 724 views that I was receiving, and this was December 22nd of last year. So we're talking basically 7, 8 months ago. I got on this day 30 subscribers and I had 17,224 views. On December 23rd, I had 31 subscribers and 17,000 views on that day. On December 24th, I had 24 subscribers, new subscribers, and I had 9,951 views. Now, you might wonder, why am I tracking these dates and how many subs and how many views I had? Well, I'm doing that because I want to see what the thumbnail was that I created on these days that attracted so many people to my channel. Okay. So this can help me know what types of thumbnails to build in the future to draw more people to the channel. But as you can see, during these dates right here last year, man, I was getting 30, 31, 24 subscribers a day, 30, 32. The views were 17, 17, 9, 20,000, 13,000. See, so you can tell by these views which ones, and you go back to December 26th and see what that thumbnail was. So what I'm doing right now is I'm actually putting up some thumbnails from these dates 6, 7 months ago. So some of you may recognize these thumbnails, but to others they might be brand new. And I want to see how they compare with how many views we get on the channel. But one thing's for sure, YouTube apparently, I'm not sure exactly, but when I left to go down to Florida, and I stopped streaming every day. And you can see at one point I reached 39 subscribers in one day, had 16,000 views that day, 19,000, 21,000, 20,000, huge numbers of views. But when I took a vacation and I went down to Florida, boom. And this is where I am now. When I took a vacation and was gone for 1 week to Florida because my mother had fallen and I wanted to go and see her and do some things for her and my family's all down there and a lot of my friends since I grew up in that region. And I had to go to my best friend's 65th birthday party, which was a big barbecue we had and the band playing, and we all got up on stage and had a good old time. And this really had an effect on my channel's viewership and subscribership. Okay. That trip I took down to Florida, man, that has really cost me. And I'm mentioning this to you because um, I'm at a situation where the revenue from this channel has to bring in enough to keep it going. And we are now, because of this huge reduction in viewership, and I guess it's of my own doing, because apparently they did not like it when, I was really just starting to really scale up and getting bigger views and more subscribers really started coming in. And then I had to go to Florida for my mom. And after that, something. Now, one thing I should probably do is go back and look at this video that I did on January the 12th. And did I say something during this video stream that made them decide to? Because yesterday, and I'm just going to show you here. Um, I'll go over here to my channel analytics, view your studio, view your channel, and I'm going to go to my live. And so yesterday's video, 1.6 thousand views. And when I use this thumbnail, the same thumbnail that I used there got me, and that's this one here that I did on the 22nd of December. I got 30 subscribers and had 17,724 views with that thumbnail. So yesterday I tried that thumbnail again to see what kind of views I got, and I got 1,600 views streaming yesterday. 1,600. And I don't know about how many subscribers, probably right now on the average two or three a day, but quite interesting how, and I thought I'd just share this with you so that you can see what my channel was starting to grow like and how fast it was growing and how many viewers they were sending to my channel each day that were coming to my channel. And I think it's interesting that nothing's really changed. I'm still offering the same type of teaching of my method of trading, and everybody's still, a lot of people are making good money on this channel, I know. And there are times when we take hits. Yes, there are times we take hits, but for the most part we've been very successful. We've had some very good gainers, and we're going to keep doing it, folks. But we got to remember, when we get that money, we got to be a little bit a different style of getting out. That's in larger quantities, because these things, with this new type of trading that's been implemented for everybody to use, this new trading that's a lot less restricted, we're seeing some pretty radical moves, and things that are up 140% can be red by the end of the day. So we're gonna have to get out of them when they're at the top, when they're at the highs. Okay. And I want to thank you very much, everyone, for the love that you share on this channel. I see some hearts coming across right now. Yep. Jayhawk says, I wasn't with you then, Cat. Yep. Jeff, look at CCHH. Yep. We don't love you any less, Cat. Thanks, Jeffy Guru. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Okay. Woo-hoo! Gary Emmer's in the tank. All right. But I will say this about my channel. If I go over here to my YouTube studio and over to my analytics here, one thing I will say, uh, you can now upgrade your channel memberships pricing for new members. Automatic new international pricing. We're updating our market prices to reflect the latest exchange rates. Review the new changes. Optionally, make changes once a year to better reflect the value of your perks while keeping your levels and members intact. Our goal is to evolve channel memberships to support your growth while remaining fair for your audience, starting with new members. For now, prices for existing members will remain the same. Okay, well, I guess this is something I have to review now because I know if you don't, and so these are the new reflected prices. And in some countries, they're raising the amounts that people have to pay to become members. I guess. I'm not sure. It looks that way. And so, anyway, we're just going to zip through all of these. I understand that these prices will apply to all new members. Thank you and confirm. Okay. Uh, so now we're going to get over here to my dashboard. And one thing I can say is that days, over the last 28 days, I've had 12 more subscribers. And as you can see, folks, that is 198 less than usual. And so we got to change some things. But I will say this, I have had 48,000 views over the last 28 days. And so that's still quite an audience we've got coming, but that's 51,000 less than usual. So we got some squishing going on here, and what they might call, I think it's called throttling. And maybe again, it's from something I've said. So we're going to have to make sure and maintain the topic of stocks and not get too sidetracked with anything political. It's okay to talk about sports, I guess, like the soccer match and the World Cup and things like that. But let's just stay away from political stuff if we would don't mind. And we'll just try to keep it all about stocks, okay? Learning how to trade stocks and how to find the hot ones and what to do when we find them. All right, and knowing when to get out, know when to hold them, and know when to fold them. And so we're looking at CPOP right now, and we're looking at that on the 1 day chart. Now let's look at it on the long term chart, 20 day. And it certainly did spike to $3 a share. But boy, has that thing just been a war of attrition over a while. And now we're going to look at it on the chart right now. There it is, CPOP. And the news on CPOP was dated last on the 12th. Shares are trading lower after the company priced an 8 million registered direct offering. Well, they made the 8 million direct offering because the price had shot from here all the way up to here. Yep. From 8 cents to 16 cents. And then the offering, we already saw where the price was. I think it was 15 cents per share. Public offering right here that they made. Yep, 15 cents per share. There it is, right there. $8 million, 15 cents per share. And that reflects on its current price, which is now 12 cents per share. And I've scoured through the old tapes for thousands of hours, Hawkman. And yes, it was directly related to. Oh, wow, you guys are on another. Gary enters the tank, and we go other direction. CCHH, let's look at it right now. CCHH, we're going to look at it on the 1-day chart. Everybody's chirping about it. CCHH. There she goes. And the chirps are deserved chirps. Now, one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put a line at every one of these points of resistance here. Okay. And I'm going to put a line right there. Okay. Now, the reason I want to put a line there is I want to know what is that number, right where that 5-day average stopped rising. What does that have to do with the past? That's what I want to do. And I want to put another line right here. Jayhawk, thank you very much. And I want to put another line right there where the bottom of this blue 5-day average line is. I want to know why did they stop it there? And then I want to know why it was even stopped here in the first place. Is it relative to the past? Are these numbers something I could have predicted if I had been trading this stock already? All right. So let's go look. Now let's look at the 5-day chart. And over the last 5 days, I see no relevant reason for the number to have stopped on these lines. Now let's go to the 10-day chart. And the same thing applies to the 10-day chart. I see no related reason for it ever in the past stopping at these numbers. And by the way, folks, I've already broken down this stock several times, CCHH. And you can see I've told everybody if it broke over this line, this thing was going to go up. And if it got over this line, that's the blue 5-day, folks, the blue 5-day. Man, oh man. And by the way, you should sell this right now because there's a line of resistance there and there that go way back in time. Okay. These lines that I have for resistance, they go back in time. They're way back in time. Okay. So they're not current lines of resistance. They go way back. All right. Take it back. Let's go back beyond this 10-day to 180 days. Aha! And now you can see where where these lines come into play. And there's definitely one here too, I'm telling you. Right there. You better be selling at that number. All right. When the blue 5-day gets to that line, you should be selling no matter where the price is. I'm not talking about where this price is. I'm talking about when the blue line reaches that point, you should sell this stock. All right. All right. Now, but at first, it's got a long ways to go to get there. But right now, that blue line is sitting where? Where is it? Kind of hard to see it in there. It's buried among all the. So let's change this. And by the way, the ultimate line of resistance, I'll put in one more, is going to be over here at this point, right there. Okay. You should be selling when this price of the blue line gets to there. That's another place you should sell at 10616. Of course, 616. 10616. Look where they stopped the 5-day moving average from rising, folks. 10616. Huh. All right. Just saying. Go over here now. There we go. And we're looking now, and you can see that 5-day has broken this line of resistance. So it should go right on up. And it probably was at this line when this price was achieved right here. That's probably when this blue was there. Okay. And you should have sold a little right there. I'm guessing when this 5 blue day was right there, that's when this was at its price here. That's my guess. And so they sold when it got Watch this. If it rises again and gets up to here, see where that blue is. I bet it's on this line. I bet you it's on this line. If this candlestick keeps rising here and goes back up to this number, I bet you when it's there, that 5 day is right there on that line. I bet it is at 55 cents. Yep. It wouldn't surprise me at all. If we can see this candle now rise back up here again to this point where it was, I bet you'll see the 5 day average is going to be at this line. And now notice they've drove it down now to where the 5 day went from this line to this one. And that is so typical. That is so typical. And now it should start to rise off this line and trade in this channel for a little bit. The stock I'm looking at is CCHH. All right, looks pretty good. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. It closed at 44.99. It's now sitting to bid 73, ask 74. That'll be a good one. I like that. CCHH. I'm going to put an asterisk beside this one here. Now we're going to look at SILO. And by the way, uh, let's look at this on a 1 year chart. Oh my, 1 year chart on this stock. There it is, the 1 year chart. Well, there's my longest line of resistance right there. But there's another one. Boy, I tell you what, though, if it ever gets over this number, if it ever gets over that number right there, it is going to go completely way up. All right. I mean, hugely up. It could go all the way back up there. When a stock falls that fast, folks, it can rise that fast. Anyway, there it is right there on the longest term chart right there. All right. So this is it right now, ladies and gentlemen. You're looking at the stock CCHH. And this is on the 1 day chart. 1 day chart. But these lines that you see where the resistance was created right there, and the resistance on the drop was there, and the resistance here, those lines, folks, they're not relevant to the last 20 days. I'm just letting you know right now. They have nothing to do with the last 20 days of trading this stock. And you can see that right here. Okay. You can easily see that right here. These lines right here have not gone back. They have not been seen, and that price is at 68, 69. I'm gonna move it back here, right there. And this price is at 714. All right, that's right there. And this price is at 7548. Or thereabouts. All right. And this is on the stock CCHH. And this is what it looks like right now as we speak. CCHH. And that blue 5 day has now moving back up off this line, should go back up here to about 55 cents. CCHH. Let's take a look at this on the 5-day chart. There it is. And the high this morning, 84. Okay, CCHH, high of 84. All right. And now sitting at 75. The high was 83, and they ran it back down to 48, Jayhawk said. Wow. And then back up to 84, and now down to 74. 10-cent down from the high now. CCHH, boy, I'm going to be watching this one. Thank you for calling that out, guys. Man, it's been doing good for about 4 or 5 days. This cat would say some lopsided dollies. Looks like a sack. RIVN. Oh, Jayhawk, thank you for that floating heart. I appreciate that very much. Gary Edwards, the Savvy Traveler's calling out RIVN. All right. Let's look at RIVN. Well, that stock's come a pretty good ways. If I recall from a year ago, yes. Yep, it's done pretty well. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a kind of stock that you want to swing trade, not day trade, okay? Swing trade this. Because you're looking at here a buy on October the 4th that you could have then sold October the 12th, 8 days later, and made a nice profit, okay? Because it went from 12.50 a share up to 18.13, Savannah. 18.13. So you can see that. And then after October the 11th, you could have waited and bought it back on October 10 days later at 13.91 on 11/21, October 21. You could have bought it at 13.91 and then sold it on 12/4. That's 2 weeks later. 2 weeks later, you're selling it at $18.51. Then on from 12/4, 6 days later, you're buying it at 15.75, and that was on 12/10, December 10th. You're buying it at 15.70s, and then you're selling it 2 weeks later at $22, folks. Wow, what a nice pop on Rivian there. And then from that date, 12/22, Merry Christmas, because from there, the price fell from 22.69 on the 22nd of December to the date January 4th. 2 weeks, folks. and the price is back down to $13 from $22.69. You buy it at February the 4th, and then you wait until how long? February 4th until February 10th. 1 week, and you're selling it again at $18 after you just bought it at $13.60. Are you starting to get this now? Man, oh man, this is a swing trader, folks. Swing trade this. Right here you could have bought it at on March the 31st. On March 31st, you could have bought this at 14.18 a share. And then from March 31st, basically April the 1st, and then on April the 21st, 3 weeks later, you're selling it at $18.13. April 21st, you sold it at 18.13. April 21st, you wait 2 weeks, 3 weeks. The date is May the 18th. So 3 weeks later, you're buying it at 12.64 on May the 18th, and then you got to wait until June the 4th, 2 weeks, and you sell it at 18.59. Wow. God. Then from March, uh, April, May the 4th, you're selling it at 18.59 again, May the 4th, and then in 1 week, you're buying it at 14.45. And then 5 days later, you're selling it at 17.61 on May the 17th. And then you wait and buy it back 1 week later at 14.37. And then 14.37 on May the 24th, 14.37. And then here we are, 7-1. It's 1 week later, folks, and it's at 26 something. God, dogs. And now the price is at 17 in the pre-market, folks. Listen, I've already shown you. These are the numbers where you want to buy back this stock. Okay? One of them is here for sure. All right? There's a no doubt about it. This is a line of resistance that's reached once and fell, dropped and popped, dropped below and popped, dropped, pop, drop, pop, drop. That line right there, that line is a line to buy this stock, okay? Start buying some there. If it falls again to this level, that's where you want to buy it, folks. This is where you want to be selling it, unfortunately, because you're number one, you've got resistance from the 5 day right there, huge resistance there. So you make sure if this 5 day gets to that line, you sell this sucker, okay? And another place is going to be some resistance right here for sure. A little resistance right there. But I'm telling you, if the 5 day gets to that line, you should be selling some. All right. When the blue 5 day gets to that line, you should be selling some. And notice this stock has never stopped with the blue 5 day in this region before. It's never stopped here. Okay. It's never stopped here. And so if I put a line on where the blue 5 day is right now, what do I have? That right there. Why don't it leave a line? Come on, leave a line for me. There's the blue 5 day right there. Boom. What the heck? I'll get one there. Don't worry. There it is. So right there, if this goes over this, it's going to go to right there. And if it goes over that, it's going to go to that, folks. The blue 5 day. And this is on the stock RIVN. And we're going to go over here now. And we're going to actually move this down just a smidge to right there. Right there. So my suggestion to you, if you own this RIVN, is when the blue 5-day reaches that line, well, it just reached this one, so you should sell some, okay? Because this is a known resistance area right here. Known resistance, known resistance. So this 5-day is there now. But if it goes over that, and I want you to notice, it's really never stopped here before. So there should be a fairly good likelihood that it will go on up over this number because it's never really stopped at this number before. It's not relative to the past. The current price has, and the current price has, and the current price, and the current price, and the current price. But the 5-day has never stopped. The blue 5 days never stopped at that point before. I'm just letting you know. This is RIVN. And that looks very, very strong right there now. And a lot of buyers coming in on it. What's the news? What's the catalyst? 8:43 this morning, Rivian Automotive shares are trading lower after the company announced an offering of 75 million shares. The company estimates its quarter two total revenue results. Okay. Well, what do you know? Rivian stock was trading lower after the company announced an offering of 75 million shares. And that is lower for sure, even though it's rising right here. Uh, that being said, it has risen from 1433, ladies and gentlemen. And if you often wonder why it is on my buy sell sheet that I have this number, well, you shouldn't wonder about it, okay? There's the buyback, and it says to buy back 31 and 33. 31 and 33. Those are definitely good buyback numbers, okay? And that is proven by this being the low right here, 31, 33. Yep. Well, it wasn't 31, 33. It was 14, 30. 14, 30. Yep. 1432, it says over here. 1432. That would have been the number to pick it up, folks. All right, let's go look at this on the 20-day chart. RIVN. Well, 1435 right there. Look at that rising 200-day, just climbing, 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 and they get the price to a new high there of 2025, and they do a public share offering. What do you know? The perfect opportunity because they get the most per share. I wonder, I'm going to take a look right here, right now on RIVN. 15 hours ago, Rivian today announced that it has commenced an underwritten public offering of 75 million shares of its common stock. The company plans to grant underwriters a 30-day option to purchase up to an additional 11.25 million shares. The base offering is expected to raise approximately 1.5 billion based on recent trading prices. Rivian announced it intends to use the net proceeds for general corporate purposes, which includes funding equity contributions required for its amended U.S. Department of Energy loan agreement. Based on Monday's close of $20.14 per share, Rivian would raise enough, roughly $1.51 billion with the offering, Rivian said in a filing. Rivian launches 75 million sell share to raise 1.5 billion for R2 push. The capital raise lands just days after Rivian stock rallied on stronger than expected quarter two delivery results and a raised full year outlook. Goldman Sachs, Allen and Company, Barclays, J.P. Morgan, Morgan Stanley, and Wells Fargo Securities are acting as joint book running managers. Rivian said it will use the net proceeds for general corporate purposes, including our annual bonus. No, I'm adding that on my own, folks. It doesn't say that. It says including funding certain equity contributions tied to its amended loan agreement with the U.S. Department of Energy. The raise isn't free for existing shareholders, no doubt. Rivian's prospectus disclosures roughly 1.43 billion Class A shares outstanding after the offering. 1.43 billion shares outstanding. God. 6% dilution. All right. Well, there you go, folks. That's what's going on with RIVN, the Savvy Travelers. And that's why the stocks come a tumbling down. But has the ground been found at 1775 and the new low now 1779? Huh. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. So there's the first line low this morning, and then there's the second low this morning right there. Right there. So we got the first low of 1775, and then the next low 1778. And then this is RIVN, folks. RIVN. All right. Thank you for telling me about that. I appreciate it. In case you're joining me late, ladies and gentlemen, take a look here. These are the stocks that have been called out this morning. All right. SPHL, some of you may not be able to trade that, but it's been swinging. And ladies and gentlemen, from the low to the high, it went up $1.36. But during that time, it first went up 66 cents, then down 20, then up 60, then down 54, then up 82, then down a dollar, then up 13, then down 11. And that has been the trading of SPHL. I will show it to you now. And this is what it has done this morning. And as I said, from the low right here of 234 to the high up here of 370, Ladies and gentlemen, that is $1.36. But as I said, first, ladies and gentlemen, it went up 66 cents. Then it came down 20 cents. Okay. Then from the 20 cent down, it went up 60 cents. And from 66 cents up, it went down 54 cents. And then it went up 82 cents. And then it came down a full dollar. So this would actually be the full dollar from 172 to 162. I'm sorry, from 372 to 366. A dollar drop, and then a 13-cent rise, and then an 11-cent drop. And now she looks like from this drop here, 277, we're at 287. So a 10-cent rise. Now back up 10 cents. So it's been a real roller coaster for this stock this morning, SPHL, and you may not be able to trade it. All right. Jayhawk also said there are 4 stocks that have gotten reverse split decisions. Those stocks are NCRA. And wow, it does a reverse split. And the price was 6 cents, now $1.97. The only way I could explain this is if there were a lot of shares being shorted on NCRA, naked shorted. So let's go over and look at NCRA. NCRA plunged to 52-week lows today. What's driving the spectrum? That was 19 hours ago. And this announces 7 months ago closing of an initial $8 million funding round. NCRA 4 days ago, 1 for 30 reverse split. Wow. And recent news, NCRA stocks plunged to 52-week lows today. What's driving the investor skepticism? Shares of NCRA and REE Automotive sank to fresh 52-week lows as investors reacted to the challenges related to NASDAQ's listing requirements. At the time of writing, NCRA shares traded 9% lower, while REE shares were 64% down. REE said it's received a notice from NASDAQ on Friday stating that its Class A1 ordinary shares will be delisted after the company failed to regain compliance with the exchange's minimum bid requirements. Trading in the stock is scheduled to be suspended when the market opens July the 7th. REE had been out of compliance after its share traded below $1 since November 2025. So they give them till December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July. Sorry, you're out of time. 8 months. NCRA is set to implement a 1 for 30 reverse stock split of its common stock after market hours on Monday. The stock will begin trading on a split adjusted basis when the market opens July the 7th. Well, that is today. Following the reverse split, the company expects its outstanding shares to be reduced from about 46.5 million to roughly 1.5 million shares. Wow. So you're going to get 1 for 30. That is absolutely horrific. By the way, the futures are all up very nicely. Well, anyway, the Dow futures are up 225 points, and the Russell futures are up 8.2. The Nasdaq futures are down 300, and the S&P futures are down. So it's a mixed bag here of sentiment in the market right now. But I don't think I want to get anything around. I don't want to be anywhere around NCRA right now. I don't think that's a good investment. So I've done enough look at that, and I don't like the look of that too much. Now we're going to look at CGTL. CGTL. Same chart configuration. Well, these are reverse splits, folks. So they're going to make the price spike way up because now people that had 30 shares, they've only got one. They've only got one. And so take Alexa, what is 4.87 divided by 30?
4.87 divided by 30 is approximately 0.1623.
So 16 cents. Alexa, stop. So the stock was trading at around 20 cents, which is about it, 16, 20. And then, then all of a sudden you've got one. So the value of it has gone up that much. All right. Now the stock has dropped 93 cents, but since it did this offering, okay, 93% is what it's down right now. 93%. CGTL 93% down at a price of 440, 450 bid, 484 ask. And the bid just dropped to 401 from 450. And the ask just dropped to 484. So this thing's probably going to drop even more, folks. CGTL. All right, now SVC. SVC down 80%. Bid, oh, Jayhawk. Look here. Look here. Bid 809 $8. Ask 1099. Wow. Talk about a gap between the bid and the ask. Now, I will explain something to you folks that you may be able to absorb. Um, I shared this with everyone, a tactic of trading here a couple of weeks back, probably a month or two ago, and Jayhawk caught on to this. And what you're doing here is you put your bid in at 801 and you wait for a couple of minutes. And if it doesn't fill, then you raise it to 802 and then you raise it to 803. Now, to save yourself a lot of time, you're not going to, if there's a big gap between here, 10.99 or 11 and $8, that's $3. So chances are you're going to fill about $1.50 in the middle. Okay. So around 9.50, but you could actually start with one share and try to buy it right now at 888. Okay. In the pre-market. Now, if it happens to fill at 888, then put your sell order in on that same amount you bought at 1098. And then drop your sell order to 1097, 1096, 1095, 1094, 1090. Try 1088, try 1080. But at some point, you're going to get someone to pick these shares up as you keep lowering this. Then you go back and buy again at the price that you got the lowest number. Throw out another one share order. This is what Jayhawk has been doing, everyone. And what he's making is a lot of money doing it. Okay. And I'm telling you about it because you can do it too. All right. So there's a huge bid gap difference here. Put your bid in at 820, then try 825, then 830, then 835, then 840, then 845, 850, 855, 860. Just keep raising it. And finally, it will fill somewhere, and probably again, this is a $3 gap, so $1.50 would be 9.50. So probably somewhere around $9.50 you would fill right now. And I can't guarantee that, but I can tell you one thing, folks. You can make some money doing this. Okay, I'm sharing this with you. Keep lowering your ask price. Okay, and you can just see now they just lowered it to 10. Okay, so now the gap is, and somebody might be doing it right now. Jayhawk's probably doing it right now. See that? Look at the gap getting less. But I'm showing you this. See that? Now we got an even less. We're down to just over $1 gap now. Just over $1 gap. Ah, and I told you the buy would be around 9.50, and it just sold at 9.34. Someone sold some at 9.34. Ah, Jayhawk, are you in on this? The stock is SVC. SVC. They just did a reverse split. They just did a reverse split and they're down 80%. SVC. Now they're raising the bid, see, to 857. It went from 830 to 857. 833 to 980, now 971. So it's being worked right now. There's only an 80-cent spread now. 80-cent spread. JP Panek says BJDX. Good morning, JP. Yes, these reverse splits are so people don't get caught in them, folks. Yes, they're only being called out, not necessarily to invest in, to just be aware of. And the other one was PFSA, but I'm going to look at another stock right now. I want to look at KIDZ, and I'm going to watch this. KIDZ. And they give a big, big sell on the first candlestick of the day. Trade KIDZ 20, buy at market. I'm going to show you how to day trade this stock today. And I just bought it at 81 cents. And it was at 80. And I'm going to buy at market again. 81 cents again. And right now I see that they've traded 162,000 at 80. 81's gotten 195,000. 82 has gotten 281,000, which doesn't surprise me because 82 and 83 are their favorite numbers to accumulate. And don't worry, I'm not going to stay in this. I'm just trying to buy it right out of the gate when I think they're dropping it the most. And I think that is right here, just at this very second, is where I'm going to try to pick up some shares on the bottom here. And I like buying at this number right there. I like buying that number. So I'm going to buy it again at market. And there it goes. Now it's gone over 83 cents. And the stock I'm on is KIDZ. And the bid now, I just filled at 82. And that is because 293 have already filled there, and we're at 83 now. Now we're at 84. Yep, now we're at 84. Nice. And they've already gotten 288,000 there, and 239,000 at 86, and 87, 192,000. So there they go, folks. It's rising right now, and it should go right over those numbers fairly quickly here. And I just filled at 83 again, and now it's risen to 85. And the stock I'm on, ladies and gentlemen, is KIDZ. KIDZ. And over here, as I said, I want you to notice something. All of these stocks that are being sold here, the dark areas are sold on the bid. The light areas are being bought on the ask. So there's a lot more demand here right now than there is supply, as you can see. These people are trying to dump out these dark areas, but the light areas are buying, folks. This is all being bought here right now. And that's why I'm going to come in again on it now. And the stock is KIDZ, KIDZ. And I just filled at 84 cents. And they're trying to, it looks like, keep it at 83 if they can, but hey, they finally printed 83. They just got it to print 83. Good for them. That's very good. They got the 83 to print. And they've already printed now the 81, the 82. Now they printed 83. They're at 84, 350,000 shares at 84 already. I'm going to buy it again here, ladies and gentlemen, at 83 cents if I can. And unfortunately, I could not. I could only get it at 84. I'm going to try for 83 here again, but I think this thing is getting ready to make a move. And the charts tell me KIDZ. There it is right there, folks. KIDZ. KIDZ. And they just announced their new launch of their robot. And this thing is actually making a nice move now. And I like the fact that we got nothing but buyers coming in here. Look at all the buyers coming in versus the sellers here now. After that quick little drop where they sold all those shares to try to make it fall. It was all a head fake, folks. Look at it now. KIDZ. KIDZ. A flat top green is the five blows over the 200-day average. Flat top green. Now, I'm going to show you how I'm going to sell this now. And I'm going to sell it first, 400 at 88. Boom, 88 is gone. 488 is gone. Now I'm going to sell 400 at 90. Now you might be wondering, well, wait a minute, Catfish. Your dollar cost average is up here at $1.08. Why would you be selling here? Well, because they're on my buy sell sheet. That's why. I know to sell these numbers, folks. All right. I know to sell these numbers 89, 88. I want to sell them. I already sold the 88. And I presume there's not many shares left up here to keep messing around with because, hey, they already ran everybody out of this thing. They scared everyone to death out of this thing. And now she's climbing, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. The stock I'm selling here is KIDZ, and I'm selling it now at 89 cents. And I just sold 400 at 88. I'm going to sell another 200 more there at 88. There we go. Just sold 200 more at 88, and now I'm going to sell 89. And then I want to come in and try to buy 60 again at 80 cents. Okay. And 79. I want to try to buy 60 there. And I'm going to come in here and try to buy at 60 at 80. 2 as well, right there. And the stock I'm trading is KIDZ. Now I also want to look at another one was CCHH. So let's go look at CCHH. And that looks like it's getting squished. Yep, squishing it down. CCHH, taking it down, pulling it down. The stock is up 45%, and they're coming after it right now. CCHH. But I'm liking where they are right now. I can see already they reached the bottom here, and then they reached the exact same bottom right there, CCHH. And I'm going to come in on this at 60. Oh, yeah, 66 cents, 20 shares. Well, let's go ahead and get 60 there at 66 cents. They're down below 66 now. 63.33. Good. 6333 I just bought. And now I got a 6405. Well, I gotta like that already. And now 6449. All right. Well, that's a quick way to make a buck. CCHH. That was easy. Let's see if we can get any more down here below me at 63. And we'll try to buy 64. And the stock is CCHH. This is the chart on it right now, CCHH. Trading higher after the company announced it entered into a definitive 3-year sales and service agreement to provide maintenance services solutions to an undisclosed client in support of data center infrastructure projects in Malaysia. All right. CCHH. Trading higher after the company announced it had entered into a definitive 3-year sales and service agreement to provide maintenance services solutions to an undisclosed client in support of data center infrastructure projects in Malaysia. And that is the catalyst behind the CCHH move. And I'm up on that buy right now, so I'm going to buy a little bit more. And I just filled at 6612. And that's very good because the first few orders I got were 63 and 64. And now we're going to go over here again and look at KIDZ. And I'm still looking to sell it here at 89 and 90. And it is hovering at 87. And I do not like it when they do not show these numbers, but I guess they can't print until they get to 207,000. And here they're already at 208. So why haven't they printed that number? Oh, that's because it's an in between number. And here they're only at 201. All right, I see what's going on now. I see what's going on. And this is KIDZ. Someone said there isn't a lot of volume trading on it, but I would argue there's a lot of eyes on this right now. There's a lot going on with this thing. That's right. And it's just churning away, ladies and gentlemen, at 87. And I believe it will stay here because they want to get all these numbers to print right here. So they're looking to print all these numbers. So I'm looking to buy down here where they haven't printed yet. And hopefully I'll be able to get it at 83, but we'll see. 83, 82, 81, and 80. I'm trying to buy there. And I just sold at 88. So, and we're going to see what happens with this KIDZ. And we're looking at CCHH on the chart right there. And now I want to look at KIDZ. There it is on the chart right there, KIDZ. It was already up to this morning 94 cents in the pre-market. Already hit 94 cents in the pre-market. And as a matter of fact, this place that seems to be building a shoulder right now, right here, is relative, ladies and gentlemen. Very relative. This number is very relative. And what I want to show you here is you can see that this price where they just dropped it down to right there, you can see that was a relevant low there. It was a high 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 there, there. Oh my gosh. And look where it is now on that number. What do you know? And there you go. They're coming down for my numbers now. They're going to try to fill up my numbers where my buys are. Very nice. Come on down here and get me, get me, get me, get me. Let's go. Bring it. Today, though, it doesn't look like they got as big of a hammer to sledge with. They're having a hard time bringing this thing down even just 5 cents right now. KIDZ. And I see their efforts to bring it to 83 where I'm sitting down here, but dadgummit, they just can't do it. They just can't seem to do it. I don't know why, but this seems like they're having a tough time getting 83. Yeah, and doesn't look like they are going to get it. It looks like they're going to be stuck here, 84 minimum. So I'm going to try to buy 84. And the stock I'm buying is KIDZ. And now I'm going to look at some other ones. CRNX, called out by Rudiggity this morning. CRNX. And that certainly is being accumulated at 83.52 and 83.53, isn't it? Wow. Huh. A lot of accumulation going on there. Let's look at LUCY, Lucy. Oh, nice. I'm shorting this right now so I can sell 40 shares right now and make some money. Sell market. Nice. My position, I'm shorting at 134 a share. 134. Nice. And I just sold it right there. Ah, I'm supposed to be buying here, folks. And now we're going to go for a buy of 80. I got to cover the shorter position. I wish they keep dropping this right now, but they're not going to. So I'm just going to buy the 80 right there. And I made a small profit on this one. LUCY. And I did not mean to be shorting that stock, but I did have 40 shares. I guess I oversold it yesterday. So what do you know? All right, now we're going back over to look at these are the stocks that have been called out today, ladies and gentlemen. These are the stocks that have been called out today. So we're going to take a look at these one by one, and we're going to start now with CPOP. Going to charts, and we're looking at one-day charts, CPOP. And boy, have they come after this one, man. Wow. And this low, where they just achieved this low right there, you can look across the history of it, and they popped it here this morning. They popped it twice this morning. It was resistance to the rise. That's 3 times. And now the same line for the 4th time. Okay. And so for that reason, and it is up, the stock is up 19% today. It's up 19%. I'm going to trade it right now, CPOP, and I'm going to buy CPOP. There we go. I'm coming in, buying 200 shares, buy at market. And there it goes, folks. This thing is starting to move. Come on, bring it down here. And I just got it at 1097, 1097 CPOP. Nice. And now let's try to buy it at 1093. There we go. And I got it at 1084. That is even better. And I'm trying to buy this at the very bottom of the day, 1088. And I got 1084 again, twice. Nice. And the stock I'm buying is C-Pop right here. C-Pop. There's a 1083 buy on it. It's nice. Boy, I like to buy that number, 1083. There it goes. Yep, there she goes. C-Pop, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the chart on it. CPOP. And again, I'm not just buying some random arbitrary number here. I'm buying because of this line of resistance that's been proven this morning in the pre-market once, twice, three times, four times. There's the fifth time trying to establish that line. And that's why I'm buying some here. Now they've been able to get that down to there. And that is exactly where this stopped rising right there before the pop. Okay? You see that? Right there is exactly where this thing was dropped, then the big veggie, double ta-ta, teeny tas, and then up here, then the drop to this line, and then it launched. And there they are again on the same line right now as they were right there before they dropped it and popped it. So I'm buying some here. Yep, just buying a few shares. And I just bought the 83, which I love to buy. C-Pop. There it is. Well, I thought I had 1,000 shares of this now, and I've only got 800. I thought I picked up a 1083 buy, but this thing is starting to move right on up now. I guess there'll be no more. I'll try and buy 1088. And the stock I'm on is C-Pop. Now we're going to go over to KIDZ again. We're going to keep frequently looking at this one. All right. And now we're going to look at SKYQ. SKYQ. And that one is near its bottom. That one was called out by Jayhawk this morning, SKYQ. And it is down near the bottom range. SKYQ. There it is, SKYQ. And man, that thing's just been bouncing off the 200, bouncing, 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 bouncing off the rising 200 day. SKYQ up 19%. Bid is 252. The bid is 253. The bid is now 254. The ask is 255. Both are green. SKYQ up 20% today. SKYQ. I'm going to buy a little bit of this. I'll buy 60 shares. and I just bought it at 255 a share. Now that normally that's a number that's on my buy sell sheet, but as a sell, but that's if it's the first time getting to it rising. It's already gone up to 266. So 255 is an 11-cent drop, and I'll take that. And that's what I'm buying right now. And I also happen to know that shorts love to buy that number, 55, and they love to try to maintain that number. But now she's rising, as you can see. And I'm going to keep my buys in here coming in at 253, 254, 255. And the stock I'm talking about here is SKYQ. And there's some 255s still being thrown out there, so I should be able to pick up a 255 again. Yeah, oh yeah, there we go. There we go. 254. Oh yeah, good, good. 253. Nice. And let's try for 251 and 52 here. And the time right now is 9:54 a.m. So this is prime rundown time. Look at all the shares that have been bought over here. See all these shares that have already been bought here? They've already printed numbers all down below here where they picked up shares. Now I'm trying to buy 252 and 251 if I can. There we go. Got a 252 right there. And 251 just filled. And I'm buying SKYQ. Here it is on the chart. SKYQ. And I'm going to buy it when they get it right down here. SKYQ. You can see lots of buyers just came in here pumping that up. And now they're trying to sell it down to this line, the 50-day. And I just got a 251 right there. And that's it for 251s, it looks like. I just picked up the last 251, folks. And this is SKYQ that I'm buying. And I have 540 shares of it now. SKYQ. And I want to thank you for calling that one out, Jayhawk. Now I'm going to take another peek here. We want to take a look at SUGP. SUGP. This was called out this morning because it hit a high of 123. Then they pulled it down to what price? 79. Well, that's where they were last night in the after hours, the same area right there. So they took it to the same low just now from 123 to the same but where it started out in the after hours last night. SUGP. It is up 2.09%. SUGP. It's at the all-time high this morning was $1.16 a share. Yep. And it actually hit $1.23, and that is an all-time high for this stock, folks. Just so you're aware of it. SUGP. Trading higher after the company announced it received a 1 million government-linked ELV security contract. for a Hong Kong cultural facility. SU Group Holdings shares are trading higher after the company announced it received a 1 million government-linked ELV security contract for a Hong Kong cultural facility. That's what's going on with SUGP, called out this morning by Jayhawk. Now we're going to look at TDTH, called out by Happy Boy. TDTH, called out by Happy Boy this morning. And man, that thing's on the bottom right there. Wow, TDTH. Man, the timing of it, folks. TDTH. And I like to buy these 272, and I'd like to get 266, but I don't know if I will. I'm going to try. 267, 268. Try to pull a 269 out of the hat. And the lowest I'm seeing right now is 270. So I like that. Look how many people have already bought way above here, folks, in the $3.10 range. 310 to 287. Tons of buyers there already. And I just bought 274. I just bought 274. And I'm raising my buy orders down below here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. And I'm trying to still buy 271, 270, 269, 268. There we go. They're coming down to me. Yes, perfect, perfect, perfect. Oh, yeah. 260, 271 I just got. Bring it on down to me. There we go. 269. I got it. Yep, you know they're going to come down here and try to fill this out evenly. Well, this is a busy little bee stock, isn't it? Sure is. TDTH, what's the news on them? Top pre-market gainers, Trident Digital, are trading higher after the company announced that its founder, chairman, and chief executive officer, soon somebody, Hot Lim, will convert approximately 8 million of outstanding founder into restricted Class B stock. Okay. Well, right now, the stock is at 273. And folks, I think it should rise pretty quickly back up through here. Oh, yeah, this looks good right now, folks. This is TDTH, which was called out this morning by Happy Boy, or it may have been called out yesterday morning because I was watching one stream. I thought I was watching another. TDTH, nice. And my dollar cost average is 271. The bid is now at 273. The bid is 272. Ask 273. The bid is 272. Ask 273. And it's selling on the ask price right now. Lots of flashing on the ask. Yes, so a lot of flashing on the ask. Now the bid is 270. The ask is 271. So still in an effort to harness this. And when the bid is 269 and the ask is 270, and I'm seeing prices at 272, I have to question that. And the bid now is 271, the ask is 272. Both of those numbers are green. The stock is up 48% today, ladies and gentlemen, 48% up. But there is a major, major effort to keep dumping out shares here at 270 and 271. And man, are they dumping them out at 271, folks. I mean, big time. And now let's take a quick look over at CCHH. And by the way, this is the chart for TDTH. And if you want to take a look at the 20-day, there it is. TDTH. Triple upside crossover last night. The news was last night on July the 6th. It the news that the company's founder, chairman, and CEO Soon Hot Lim will convert 8 million of outstanding founder indebtedness into restricted class B equity. That's why this spiked to 393 last night in after hours, or was it this morning early? It was at 2 a.m., folks, which of course in Hong Kong would be 2 p.m. And now we're seeing a lot of effort here to suppress this. And in my opinion, just to acquire more at 270, 271. And you can clearly see this is a triple upside crossover yesterday. And the bid is now 273 and the ask is 274. Nice. There she goes. And we keep seeing that. And then we keep seeing these dumpers of the 270s and 271s. There she goes. 273s now. 276, folks. 276. Oh, yeah. Well, it should do that, folks. It should come back up over all these numbers and beyond this as well. And that's because there never has been too many in this region in the first place. And it's really herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky, herky jerky. See that? So it should come back up through those pretty quickly to 287. And then once it gets to 286, 287, it could easily climb to 295. But there's definitely a lot of heavy hands in here on this, and they are just banging it out, folks. Banging it out, beating it out. You just saw 276 a moment ago, didn't you? I think I did. Didn't I see 276? There's 274s right there. 275, 276. Yeah. 276 buyers coming in at 276, folks. And then they try to run it back down. And now we're back up to 276 again. Back up to 276 again, folks. Looking good. And now I'm seeing 277, so I like that even more. Oh, yeah. Don't be surprised, though. They'll come back down here. They'll come back down. We'll be able to get some orders down here. Here we go. Let's try for some 274 here. Yep, 274. And right now, my gain on this stock is only about $10, but it looks like it could easily move back up through this region pretty quickly, folks. Back up through here up to 288 and then go all the way to 296. You can see there's a lot of buyers that enjoyed buying this at $3, 301, 302, 303. They were buying it up there. TDTH. Thank you, Happy Boy. Good call out. TDTH. That's very cool. And there we go. They're back down to me now. Got 273 there. Oh, I told you they could easily do this again. They'll bring it back down. I said, don't worry, they'll bring it back down. And I was right. You didn't miss out on anything, folks. They're going to hammer this thing all day. They're going to pound away at this. And if they can keep getting it down to 272, that's what they want to do, because they want you to give up and throw in the towel and go, gosh, I just can't make any money on this stock. That's what they want you to do. They want you to concede and throw in the towel and give up. That's what they're waiting on. They're masters of it. They're masters of that, folks. They're masters of making people concede and give in and throw in the towel. And for me, I'm okay with it because my dollar cost average is 272. And, well, I can see they're just trying to buy on my DCA like they always do. Looking over here, you can see it. Now, the interesting thing is you just saw all those buyers coming in heavily at 276. So it'll be back up there soon enough. Don't worry. You already saw it. This is just market makers' way of doing it, folks. Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's got to get frustrating for these retailers seeing 276 and now it's 5 cents down again. Oh, it just disgusts them. Oh, yeah. And now it's back to 274, now 275. Oh, goodness gracious. It's going to be a mighty battle, folks. Look at the buyers coming in at 273. Oh, man, look at all those buyers hoarding it at 273. Then the dumpers come in and try to dump 273. Uh-oh, that's trouble. That's trouble. Now we're at 273.5. Wow, look at the buyers hobbling in now at 277. There we go. I told you. All right, let's start selling some. Let's sell 282, 283, sell 286, 87. It's time to start selling, folks. Follow me on this. Okay? It's time to start selling here. Definitely want to sell 282, 283. Lots of buyers now coming in here at 276. Dumpers are trying to dump 276s. And I want to look at KIDZ right now. And let's look at this chart here first on this one, TDTH. 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 Yep. I'm going to look at the 1 day chart on it. Yes, there it is, folks. TDTH. Well, I tell you what, I came on that one at the right time. And this was at $3.93 a share after their CEO says he's going to convert 8 million of outstanding founder indebtedness into restricted Class B stock. TDTH shot at $3.93 a share, and the stock is still up now, 49% right now, up 49%. And just look how hard they're trying to keep this at their favorite, one of their favorite numbers to buy, 272, folks. 272, 273. It's just one of their favorite numbers, folks, to accumulate shares. And if you don't believe that, look on my buy sell sheet and you'll see right there, buy back. It says right there, buy back. And the numbers are 72, 73. Oh, some dumpers came to dump 269 and 268, 267. They almost got a 266 even. Well, nice. Well, that now you know why I had those orders down there below my dollar cost average because they always like to try to buy below me at least 2 cents. And now they bought right on my DCA, and now we're back up to 274. Should move pretty quickly through this 275, 678. It should move through that pretty quickly here again. You've seen plenty of eager buyers at 276, 77. Yep, there it goes, right on back up now. But wow, what an effort to sustain a price of 272 for quite some time. I mean, a long time they've been trying to hold this price, folks, 272. But let me explain something. They do not make money keeping a stock at the same price. Okay, they won't. They won't. They'll make money by accumulating there for as long as they can, and then they run it up. And that's how they make the money. So here we go right now, ladies and gentlemen. You can see on this stock, I'm up $27. Now I'm up $34 on it. And it's going right on back up, 75s and 76s again. And it should go right on through this pretty quickly, as I said, and go right on up to these numbers where my sell orders are at 282 and 283. And there we are, folks, blowing back up. There you go, past 277. Now we're rising. Yes. There we go. 278. Let's rock and roll, baby. Come on. Should go right through these numbers because they've never really had very many shares in this region, okay? 277, 278, 279. The most they could do was print at 280. Then they couldn't print 281. They got to print at 283. 283. And I don't believe we're going to see anything around my number again of 271. Okay. I don't think we're going to see that again. I think this thing is cooked, folks. It's ready to move it on up the line. Look at all the buyers at 274 and 275 right there, swarming in on this now. Ah, the effort of the holders, the keepers of the 272. And the buyers come in at 272.5, 273 now. Run it up. Let's go, buyers. You can't get enough, I know. Well, here's the gig, ladies and gentlemen. It's just like this. Down here, the most they could acquire was 463,000. That's all they had at 266. 463,000. Savannah at 266. The most shares they could buy of this stock today, they bought at the price of 266. I know that sounds crazy. But then the next, all they could get was 370,000 at 267. And then all they could get was 330,000 at 268. And then 450,000, almost the same as what they got at 266, but the 450,000 ran out at 269. Then they ran out at 364,000 at 270. And then here, not even a printable number, 293,000, 274,000. And they can't hold it down. They can't hold it anymore. They don't have any more. Look at them throwing in a half share here. Look at this. This is a KY flag, 272.89. What a joke. 272.89, waving the KY flag. They need some local anesthesia because they're going to be taking it all right. And look at here, 398. The most they could get here was 450 and 463, and now they run out at 398. 460 and 463, 450 and 463, and now they've run out of holding it at 398. 398. Here we go. One more buy at 272. Thank you very much, whoever did that. And you look over here and you wonder, why would all these people be selling at 271 when they just could have sold them at 277 a share? Why? what, what's the incentive to sell your stock at 271 a share when you could have just sold it 5 minutes ago at 277? What is that? What's going on there? And look, they're already paying 272s and 273s again. Why would you throw out so many shares at 271? And now you could sell them at 275. Nice. Why would you dump out your shares at 274 and a half if people are willing to buy it for 275 and 277? And you already know that. You already know that. Look at them throwing out all these shares now at 274. Back to 272, folks. Well, I tell you what, this is a very, very, very tight window they're trading in here, folks. 272 to 276, 272 to 275. Can't hold it here forever, ladies and gentlemen. They can't hold it here forever. Nobody will make any money doing that. None. They won't do it. TDTH. And I'm waiting on them. I'm waiting on them down here. You can see I'm ready to buy right below my DCA. I'm ready to buy them because they are too. They love to buy with Catfish Tie. 2 cents below me, folks. And that's interesting that they're sitting right on my dollar cost average. And there's buyers there on my dollar cost average buying with me at 271. That's for dang sure. I'm not alone to have bought at that price. There's no question about it. There's a lot of buyers there at 271. Look at them all pouring in at 271, trying to buy with Catfish Tie. Just trying to buy on my number, folks. Now let's go up and take a look here. Chart. This is I'm sorry, TDTH. TDTH. There's the stock right there. I just started buying it here. TDTH. The price of the stock was at 393 earlier today. So they've dropped it $1.20. And that is where I am buying it right there on that low. TDTH. And I'm not alone buying it here. You can see more buyers are coming in than sellers here. On both of these last two 1 minute candlesticks, almost all buyers versus sellers. And here, almost all buyers versus sellers. They're trying to dump out shares against it right here for sure. But man, there's some buying going on here. A lot of green through here. A lot of green. A lot of green. TDTH. The company's moving on news that their CEO, foreman, and chief executive officer, and his name is Suhat Lim, says he's going to be converting a bunch of his indebtedness into restricted Class B equity. All right. So that's what's moving this morning. Founder, chairman, CEO will convert approximately 8 million of outstanding founder indebtedness into restricted Class B equity. That's what made the stock price shoot up to 398. And as I'm watching it right now, all I'm seeing is a 200-day moving above, a 50-day moving above, and I see this 5-day getting drawn upwards towards the gravity of a 200 above and a 50 above. This should happen. It's natural. The 200-day moving average has a lot of gravitational pull to it, and the 50-day does as well. These are very long-term averages, and the shortest term will pull towards the longs. As you're going to witness here in a little bit, this 5 days is going to rise. And right now, whoever's in charge of this stock, I should say, I call it being in charge of it, the controllers of the price, I should say, um, they're certainly committed to holding the price here. They've shown that very, very rigorously. When the price gets up to 277, they come after it. They come and attack it, attack it, attack it. All right. Ah, and look where they are now. They settled in 2 cents below me. 2 cents below me, they're trying to settle in. Oh, yeah. And they've got the KY flag in half a cent below my dollar cost average. Lots of selling here, 268. Look at that. All on the same second. All on the same second. Oh yeah, and the buyers come in 268, no problem. Plenty of buyers without fear here at 268. That's for sure. No fear from buyers here at 268. They're coming in. And now they're trying to dump the 269s, folks. Look at that. Huh. Trying to dump 269s. And the buyers are pouring in on 269 right there, folks. Nice. And the stock I'm on here is TDTH. Huh. Boy, I tell you, they really want 266, I guess, folks. Yes, indeed. And I just filled 268. And I just filled 266. Nice. Oh, come on now. You're going to take it down to 262? Oh, my goodness. 257 now. Wow. That was a nice aggressive attack there to get to 257 just then. Nice. Woo. Man, oh, man. That is aggressive. Here we go. Well, that was quite a nice attack down, and that got my dollar cost average down to 269 now. So thank you. And I don't even see any candlesticks at all at these numbers. I don't see any. So I want to close this out because I want to see those candlesticks. I want to see what they just used to get that. So I'm going to log off of Charles Schwab Thinkorswim here because I want to see those candlesticks that they just created. Hold on. And then I'll get logged back in here. Just give me a moment here, folks, and I'll get logged in here on Thinkorswim. There we go. Okay. Getting logged in again now with my Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. And I want to see those candlesticks on those charts. It's important for me to be able to see those. Yeah. See, they've got virtually no volume here at 256. 5,000 5,000 shares there, 256. And they were wanting 255. They did not get it. Believe me, they wanted 255. And the stock I'm buying here is TDTA. And they pulled a little head fake on me, didn't they? They hit that bottom right there. They pulled it up here, and then they decided to do the double whammy, huh? And they want 255. I know they do. Yep. But it looks like the lowest they're getting here is 275, 2575, 2575, and 258s. And now there's a lot of buyers coming in at 258, a flooded sea of buyers at 258. And remember, there's a lot of buyers that have already bought here this stock, ladies and gentlemen, at 280s, 290s, and $3. Listen, I'm telling you, there's been a lot of shares of this stock bought already, much higher, up here at 316, all the way through here. And now look at all the buyers snapping up the 260s right there. And then they try to dump look at this. Look at all the buyers that just bought up all the 260s right there. All the buyers that just bought the 260s right there. And even 261s getting gobbled up. And then what do? Come back in at 258. 261 again now, where here we are. Well, this thing's been worked aggressively. There's no doubt about it. Whoever it is that's manipulating this stock has the very deep pockets to do it with. There we go. Right back up, ladies and gentlemen. 262. All right. Well, I guess the shenanigans are over. And down here, folks, they haven't had diddly squat compared to what they sold up here. I mean, you're talking fractional shares down here that they've sold compared to the ones they bought up here and the ones they bought up here in the 290s. You're talking minimal shares down here, folks. If you look over on the left, just the smallest amounts to get to 256 there. Only 5,900 there. Only 31,000 at 257. 150,000 at 258. 182,000 at 259, 190,000 at 260. Notice how the numbers get a little bit higher and a little higher and a little higher resistance, a little higher and a little higher and a little bit higher. Except at this number, it's a hell of a lot higher. 365,000 folks at 261. There's a lot of buyers buying at 261, aren't there? And there's the last one I'm going to probably get at 260, that's for sure. And 259. Yep. Again, very few shares down here. Very few shares. Very thin. It's very thin, folks. They're walking on thin ice. Walking on thin ice, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the shares they're dumping out cell phone wise. Look at those. 5 share sells. 5 share sells all at 10:36 and 53 seconds. Look at that, folks. All those 5 share sells. 5 shares they're trying to manipulate with. 5 shares. And over here now, they're even desperate even more. They're using 1 share, 1 share, 1 share. Boy, things are getting thin now for them. Okay, this is TDTH. Here are the shares right here, chart. Cat, go sell your SKYQ. Thank you. All right, yeah, I see that line of resistance that's breaking right now, but I want to buy it maybe. Because this morning in the pre market, that was the list resistance. That was the resistance. And that was the resistance. You can clearly see that. The 5-day chart, it came all the way up to there and got halted, then up to there and got halted, and now it's breaking over that number right now. SKYQ. Nice. I'm up 82 bucks on that. Nice. I got 540 shares, so let's sell here. 266. Let's sell some 268. Some 271. 272. 273. There it goes, right on up. And everything over here is completely oversold, folks, on this stock. Okay, they just completely oversold it here. And there's a lot of these areas are light, meaning the lot is being bought on the ask here. The dark areas is how many shares are sold to the bid. And you can see right here, this was a lot of selling at this number right here at 255. And I always tell you that's a great number to buy shares at 55, okay? Well, I just went up from being up $83 to being up $43 on it. Look at that. Man, you told me to get out, and I jumped over there and started putting my sell orders in, and they dropped the price on me 5, 6 cents. Now she's rising back up, though, and she should. She should go right on back up over all this. It's all oversold, all oversold. There's no more room here, folks. There's no more room on the coach here. This is oversold, especially this 262, folks. 911,000 shares there. Nothing else even comes close to 262. You think somebody's dedicated to holding it at 262, folks? Sure looks that way. 919,000 and below that 600 and above it 600. So yeah, they want to hold this 262. Oh man, they're desperate to hold it there. So much so they're spoof bidding over here. Look at this. Oh, I just was going to show it to you. There was a 6,000, there it is, 7,000 shares. And where did it go now? It's gone. You see that? They're spoof bidding this, folks. They're starting to spoof bid this stock. You just saw seven. Look at here, 2,500 at 265, huh? Watch it, folks. They're spoof bidding this 4,600 at 268, folks. Watch that number move up. The 3,000 at 272, watch it move up as well. But oh my gosh, they just had 7,000. See that? 5,229. Where are they? There's only 300 that want to buy. Look here, 5,195, folks. That is called spoof bidding. Watch it disappear. Watch it just disappear off the screen. You'll see what I mean in a moment. You're going to see it disappear. 7,000 shares. Watch it just disappear. And there's only 800 wanting to buy here. So watch that number disappear. 7,000. You know that's fake. There, it's gone. It's gone. It just disappeared. See? And look at it. It's rising right on up. And the fake numbers are disappearing. The 7,000 shares are now gone. Oh yeah, it's called spoof bidding, folks. Now you got 1,000 wanting to buy. Where did the 7,000 shares go? Uh-huh. I bet you had them. Where are they? I guess they're trying to get a million at 263, folks. They've got 941,000. I guess their goal is to get a million there. Now 945,000, 951,000, 952,000. Aiming for a million here at 262, folks. Now I want to take a look at this on the chart, SKYQ. There it is on the chart right there, SKYQ. And notice how, as I mentioned, they ran it up and it stopped the 5 day there. Now they've run it up and they stopped the 5 day there. Yep. And of course, they run it back down to this line that was the previous resistance point. Of course, they do. All right, I see what's going on with that. Thank you for letting me know. SKYQ. Now I want to look again at my TDTH. Ah, she's resoundingly rising now off that bottom. Nice. Ah, there she goes. Right off of that, where they got him a nice little nut sack there. Nice little nut sack. And they were nice enough to let me lower my dollar cost average on this SKYQ. I'm at 252 TDTH. And I am now on TDTH. I'm up $114 because they were nice enough to drive the price down and let me get my DCA to 266 a share. So thank you very much, you TDTH market manipulators. I appreciate it very much. And I'm not going to get any more shares at 257, I don't think. And the least I'll get probably is going to be 263. And I'll probably try to buy 264, 265. And again, I want to thank you because my dollar cost average was at 277. And when you dropped it down there and let me buy all those shares, you let me drop my DCA to your favorite accumulation number, 266. So thank you very much for that. And I can see how bad you like buying these numbers. And I don't blame you trying to buy 1 penny under me. I'm not blaming you. I want to buy with you too, right there, 1 penny under my dollar cost average. Yes, sir. Looks like there's a lot of people that want to buy with Catfish tie today, 265, 266, right? Heck yeah. Look over here. 568,000 at 266, my dollar cost average. 569,000 now. And up here, they don't even have a printable number. 1 penny above me, they don't even have a printable number. And that's why it's sitting there now, because they want to print this number right here. They want to print this. And they've only got 456,000 there. And they want to get that a number they can print. Well, there's just a lot of buyers here, folks, at 267 right now. That makes it very hard to hold to 266 when you've got that many buyers coming in at 267. And the stock I'm talking about here is TDTH. TDTH. And it's at now 269. And let's look at the chart on it. TDTH. There it is, folks. They got the big old lunch, a 1030 nut sack. 1030 nut sack, folks. And they started at 1027 and it went until 1048. 20-minute nut sack right there. Nice. A 20-minute nut sack, ladies and gentlemen. And now she's gone. They got him a sack full of nuts, and off she goes. And the stock is now at 269, bid 270 ask. And right now I am up on this stock. $119 is how much my gain is. And I'm going to sell 60 shares at 271 and 272. Oh, yeah, they love these numbers, folks. As a matter of fact, you can already see at 273, they've already bought over 1 million shares here. So I know there's eager buyers at 273. There's already proven to be many interested buyers at 273. As a matter of fact, there's twice as many interested buyers at 273 as there just were at 266 on this stock, TDTH. At 266, there's only 577,000. At 273, there's 1,020,000. So it would be safe to say people are not afraid to buy for more than this price where it is right now. That's for sure and certain. As a matter of fact, right up here above this price, a lot more people have bought versus down here where they just ran it down to. There was a handful of people down here. As a matter of fact, the only number they could print was at 260. 259, they printed 573,000 at 259 and 615,000 at 261. And now she rises, folks. And the buyers are coming in. The seller's trying to dump the 265, 1 penny below my dollar cost average, of course. Well, God bless them for trying, folks. I just bought at 265 again. And the reason why is because that is 1 penny below my dollar cost average. There's another order at 265. A lot of people buying at my DCA. And I just got a 264 as well. So thank you. And I'm not buying alone at 264. There's no question about it. Yep, no question about it. There's plenty of buyers here at 264. Well, as I've already said to you many times today on this channel and many times in the past, they don't make money keeping a stock at the same price forever, okay? That's not what they do. They simply get to a number like this and they just accumulate it and 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 keep buying it and keep buying it. And the reason they do that is because eventually they're going to run it up, okay? But they want to accumulate it. They want to keep accumulating it. And look at all the buyers here. Dumpers trying to dump 265.5 now. Whoa. And now they got a KY flag flying at 266.98. 266.98, folks. And the buyers are coming in at 267. Well, I tell you, you got to hand it to them for dumping out all these 265s. When you got buyers that are buying 267, they still do not have any printable numbers here, ladies and gentlemen, on this stock. Right here, they have no printable number yet at TDTH at 263, 262, 264, 265. No printable numbers. No printable numbers there. And at 264, they got 428, 389. And now we're over 266. There she goes. And the KY flag is flying proudly at 266.98. 266.98. Last call for 264. Ladies and gentlemen, they've already had this thing down to 256 a share just a half an hour ago. And it rose from 256 to 257 to 258. And in that time, they only had a dinky number of shares right there, just a little bit of shareage. There was only 5,900 shares at 256. There was only 33,000 at 257, 345,000 at 258, 578,000 in the first printed number at 259. And here comes the buyers in now at 266. And look at the dumpers dumping 266. Dumpers dumping. The dumpers dumping 265 here. And the buyers buying 265, 265.84, 265.5, only 3 shares left, folks. Only 265.5, 3 shares left. Oh man, there she goes. 267s now. And everybody's buying. No one is afraid. There is no fear, and there should not be. And watch how fast it's going to go over all these oversold prices now. Watch how fast it rises to 277 a share, folks. Watch how fast this thing rises now to 277 a share. All right? And that's because all of this is completely oversold. Completely oversold. Oversold. Every one of them. All of them. 500, 592, 592, 735. All oversold, folks. 870, 800, a million, all oversold. Everything here oversold. Already hashed out, already mashed out, already fleeced out, already plucked bald, folks. They plucked it bald. There she goes. Goodbye. And there she goes. Watch it run up past all this now. Oh, yeah. Plenty of buyers coming in. 270, ladies and gentlemen. I told you this thing's oversold, folks. All these shares that they've sold and thrown out here already have been swallowed up. And I also told you they don't make any money just keeping the price at the same price all day long. That's not how they make money. That's not how they make money. They make money by running it up once they've accumulated all the weak hands, taking all the shares from the weak hands. And they're running it up right now. 267.5. dumping out 267s, and look at the buyers all come in and just buy them all when they tried that. They just bought them all. Last chance to buy with Catfish Tie at 266, folks. There's the final dumpings, 266s. Last call for 265. 1 penny under my dollar cost average. Here we go. Thank you. 264. I appreciate it. You guys better be careful, Shorty. Are you going to let me lower my DCI even lower? I'll be down at 265, and you know you won't like that. You better be careful. They said, yeah, we don't like that either. Let's not do that. Let's not let Catfish get his dollar cost average down to 265, dadgummit. That would suck. They know that would suck big time. But if they keep dropping the price, they're going to let me do that. They're going to let me get it down to 265. Thing that amazes me is that how they can even be holding it here when they really don't have any shares that they're dumping out. You can see that right here. There's not a lot of volume here. There's not massive shares being. There's absolutely no panic sell going on here. That's for sure. No one's panicking as long as it's been sitting at these numbers. No one is panicking as long as it's been sitting at these numbers, folks. No one is panicking here. Funny thing is, I can't even get a 264 or 263 And I was just able to get 256 45 minutes ago. 256, 257, 258. And now I can't even pull off a 264 buy. I'm trying, but I can't get it. I see some dumpers just came in at 263. Why didn't mine fill there? Dadgummit. The lowest I can get right now is 265. And I'm not the only one buying 265. That's for dang sure. Look at that. Man, look at everybody trying to buy below my DCA. And there she goes, folks. Now she's at 267. Well, I guess they finally ran out. And now it's just watch how fast it makes its move up over here. Watch how fast it goes up to 277. Oh yeah, we're at 268, 269, and we're going to 277, folks. And I am currently up $73 on this position. And there are dedicated group of individuals trying to hold this at 266, where they've now gotten 632,000 shares. And something tells me they'd really like to print below me at 265 here if they could. But remember, folks, like I told you, they do not make any money just holding it at the same price forever. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. They want to make money just like everyone else. So they hoard it all up at a certain number, which obviously seems to have been 265 and 266. And then they're just going to run this thing up, folks. And that's what they've begun doing now. 267's buyers are pouring in. Now 268's. And soon 269s. There it goes. And now 270s. There it goes. And I'm up 171 on this position right now. There it is, up 172. And I just sold 269. I just sold 268. And I'm currently up $93.60 on this position. Lots of buyers buying 269 here, now 270. 269 I just sold. And I'm up $165 on this position. The stock I'm trading is TDTH. There it is on the chart, TDTH. And look at that humongous freaking nut sack. Then look at him double nut it, and up she goes right on over the 50-day and rising now. TDTH. And look at the buyers coming in versus sellers. All buyers on that candlestick. 2-to-1 buyers versus sellers. Here they try to sell out from underneath it a little bit. But I tell you what, there's a lot of green in here, folks. A lot of green. And then they try. for 5 minutes to sell it, then 5 minutes of buying, then 5 more minutes of more buying than selling. TDTH. And someone with a very stern desire to hold this price at 266 a share if they can. And this is TDTH. TDTH. The news that the reason this stock is moving is because the company's CEO, founder, and chairman, chief executive officer has announced that he's going to convert approximately 8 million of outstanding founders indebtedness to a class B stock. So that's why this stock shot up this morning to $3, and I think it was $3.68 for the high. And now someone's just trying to hoard it all up at 266. If you look at the 5-day chart, there it was. This was the price of the stock this morning on the news of the CEO founder, 393 a share. And so it happens, this was called out this morning by Happy Boy. And I looked at it and I told him, nope, not for me right now. Let me see what they do at the beginning of the morning and see if they can run it down and I'll buy it. So sure enough, they ran that thing right down there and I bought it. I bought the crap out of it there. And now when we look at the 1-day chart, there it is, folks. There's the 1-day. And you can see what it's doing. There's the 1-day chart. Look at the 50-day and 45 now rising. Look at that 45 dark blue line rising now. Uh-oh, that's not good for Shorty. Both the 50 and 45. Oh my gosh, look at him rising, folks. Look at the 50-day rising and the 45. Now the 10 days rising and the 5-day is rising. Look at this. This is a flat top green candlestick. Oh, yeah. Flat top green, baby. No wick on it at all. Come on now. Let's just keep it flat and all the way flat. Flat, flat, flat. Flat top green, baby. Yeah, watch it go green. And by the way, there's a lot of selling against this right here. I mean, there is a ton of selling against this, trying to stop this from going over and breaking over that 50-day. There's a massive amount of selling going on here. And they're trying to stop this crossover from really totally solidifying. But it is a crossover nonetheless, with the 5-day and the 10-day now having crossed over the rising 45 and rising 50. Man, oh man, look at that 50 red long term rising and the 45 rising. That's a tough one to beat, Shorty. Very hard to beat a rising 45 and rising 50-day average here. Especially when you just had the price down to 255 a share. 256 is what you got. You didn't even get 255, sadly. 256 is all you could muster. But now, ladies and gentlemen, you can see, even though they're trying to sell heavily against this, there's buyers that are coming in here for sure. There's buyers that are buying there, buyers are buying here, and you got buyers coming in on this, no doubt. And why wouldn't they be? It's 266 a share. Good God, the stock was at 398 this morning. Now 266. Of course, there's going to be buyers at the market manipulators number 266, folks. You bet there are. Yeah. Look at everybody wanting to buy it at 266, folks. 266.5. And then you got all these coming in at the same time, 11, 12, and 35 seconds. Look at that. All those orders coming through, hundreds and hundreds at 11, 12, and 35 seconds trying to sell. Oh no, Shorty, you just let me drop my DCA to 265 with that buy. Uh-oh. That's not good, Shorty. I just dropped my DCA to 265, Shorty. What are you going to do about that? Oh no, that's sickening. I know you are disgusted by that. But that's what I did. I got it down to 265 thanks to you guys. Thank you. Now, look at all these shares that have been bought over my dollar cost average. Just look at this hoarding of shares over my DCA. Look how many shares they bought over my dollar cost average. Usually, folks, it's underneath my dollar cost average where they buy all the shares. Usually, they got a mountain underneath me right here. But now, today, it's over me, right over me, over me, over me, folks. And thank you right there for a 264 buy. I appreciate that. I'll try it again, 264. Yeah, thank you very much. Oh, look at the KY 26411, folks. 26411 is where the KY flies. 26411. Ah, 264. 263. Of course, 2 cents below me, people. 263, 2 cents below me. Well, let's see if we can get some 260 here, 261. Boy, howdy. Someone's been persistent, folks. Very, very persistent with this. And you can already see at 261, they've already accumulated 628,285 shares. Now 629. Now up here, they only had a limit for 662, 538, 664, 817, 700. So they should run out very quickly here, folks. And they still have no printable number at 263. They do have a printable number at 262, so I'm sure they're happy about that. And I want to thank you, those of you that are manipulating this stock down right now to 261. And thank you for getting my DCA down to 265. And I would like to thank you very much for doing that by selling those 261s and 262s to me. And thank you very much. I presume there won't be many of these long because they haven't had too many shares down here at this price to begin with. They've only had fewer than up here where they had all these hundreds and hundreds of thousands, 800,000, 700,000, 800,000, a million. Here we're only at 632,000 at 261 and 260 where I'm trying to buy right now. And here they come again. Pardon me. Ah, oh yeah, 259. I'm sure they got more shares there. Yep. And this stock, by the way, is up 41% today, right now. Up 41%. Even at this number that they're manipulating now, up 41%. And for anybody giving away shares at 259 right now, I want to thank you. And 260. There we go. And we're back to 261 now. And is it over? Is the game over now? As the game finally ended, now we're at 263. There we go. I just picked up a 262 again, trying for 261. There's another 261. And the cell phone farms are working. When you see it 11:19 and 31 seconds, look at all the 261s that were sold at exactly 11:19 and 31 seconds. Now 11:19 and 55 seconds. Look at all the shares dumped at 260. And then look at the buyers coming in, buying up all those 260s. And the stock I'm talking about is TDTH. 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 And there it is on the chart. TDTH. There it is. And this is what they've done to it this morning. Please hold a minute. And what I like to call and point out is this is a nut sack right here, folks. That's a nut sack, a 20-minute nut sack. Right here, this is more like a little veggie drop right here, okay? Little veggie, all right? And let me get over here a second. See here. I'm going to look at plug. Looking at plug power here. And plug is down a little bit. Well, come on down here and let me just keep lowering this DCA, which I've now lowered to 264 a share. And if they keep letting me nibble away here at 259, 260, Yep, 259 right there. Yep, 259. I'm going to get my DCA even lower. And I want you to know they've never had any shares here, folks, in this region to speak of at 256. So I'm going to try to buy 256, 257 because they've never had any shares here, and I'm trying for 258 right now. And they've never had a printable number here, so I'm going to try for 259. And this is the low of the day where I'm buying this stock right now. It is the very low of the day, 258. And the low of the day was 256. And so I'm coming in here, and I want to thank you for whoever just dumped out a 259 share for me. I appreciate that. And I can see over here, they've only had 599,000 at 259. And listen up here, they could only get 657,000, 662, 664, 662. And here they're at 601 at 259. So they're not far away from maxing this number out, too, folks. Yep, 662. And you can see at 261, they're at 657. And the stock I'm on is TDTH. There it is right here, TDTH. And I just bought the low of the day. Yes, I did. 251. And at that number, they only had 8,300 shares. Now 9,100. And I just filled at 252. Oh, that was a sweet pre-lunch rundown. And I just filled at 253. And now I've dropped my dollar cost average down to 263. And there's a lot of buyers here at 254, ladies and gentlemen. Major buyers coming in at 254. And it doesn't surprise me at all to see that. Wow. And I just filled at 255. And again, I want to point out to you folks, they haven't had any shares over here really to speak of. This is very, very low volume they're selling here with. All right. Right here is only 10,000 shares, 12,000 shares, folks. You're talking minimal money here, $20,000 right there. Just 20 grand in capital. So there's just nothing here, folks. Nothing here in the way of volume. In other words, absolutely, there's no doubt about it. There is no panic selling happening here. No panic selling happening with this small of candlesticks here. This is just manipulation, folks. Manipulation 101, ladies and gentlemen, with very small amounts of shares to get it here, by the way, at the pre lunch low. Very few shares here, folks. It won't be here long. It most likely won't be here long. I make no guarantees on this channel. TDTH. There it is. TDTH. This was called out this morning by Happy Boy. Lunchtime low, baby. Pre-lunch, actually. And I'm buying here, folks. Notice that at the low of the day, 5,000 shares, folks. At the low of the day, 5,300. Then 33,000 at 248. A lot of buying there. 31,000 at 249. Still fractions of what we're seeing being bought up here above. Just fractions of those that we're seeing bought up above. The stock is still up 36%. Well, I tell you what, man, this is a new type of trading we're dealing with here these days, folks. New type of trading here. It seems so easy for them to work prices down now. But to do it also on such little volume, to make it move down on such small share amounts. You're talking right here at this low, 247, folks, 6,449 shares. Now 14,000. Now at 246, only 222 shares. Only 222 shares at 246 where I just bought. That's right. 922 there. So 700 more just bought there. Yep, you can see the 700 right there that just got bought right there. 700 at 246. And there's 247. And there are plenty of buyers here at 247.5 and 248 now. And I don't see over here, again, I don't see anything in the way of selling here like I did up here. I mean, just massive, massive selling here of some of these candlesticks that are at 800 and 800,000. You can see the dark area made up about 300,000 of that 800,000 sold. 300,000 sold there. 400,000 sold here on the bid. And down here, there's just nothing being sold. Nothing being sold. Virtually nothing. And at the low of the day, right now, 5,879 shares were just purchased at the low of the day. Folks, that's $10,000. That's a $10,000 expenditure at the low of 246. Just 10 grand. Just 10 grand. Oh, I make sure you guys understand how this works, folks. I want you to see how they had a million share up here. 800,000, 888,000, 700,000, 800,000. I want you to see where all the money's really committed. There's nothing here, folks. There's nothing here. Piddly, piddly, tiddlywinks right here, folks. And the stock I'm trading is TDTH. Here's the chart on it. TDTH. And they just established the new low of the day where I just bought it, now up 35% TDTH. And now I'm filling at 247 after I just got 244 a share. And at the low of the day, 244, a favorite number for them to accumulate, they had 1,527 shares. At 244, they had a whole 1,527 shares at 244. That's right, folks. Just 1,527. Alexa, what is 1,527 times 2.44?
1,527 times 2.44 is 3,725.88.
So 3,725. Alexa, stop. $3,725 was just invested at 244 a share. That's all it was. 3,000 bucks. 3,000, folks. 3,000. And now at 242, the lowest price, 14,000 and 5,000. Well, and now it's already selling at 244 again. And ladies and gentlemen, we are at 11:35 p.m. 11:35 p.m. Well, I'm going to buy it at the low of the day. That's for sure. 242, 241. I got it there. Just got it at 240. And of course, I'm going to bid in 238 buy. And I'm not buying 238 for no known reason. I buy 237.38 because those are on my buy sell sheet, folks. And at these numbers, there are no shares. We have 3,000 shares at 237, 14,000 at 238, 31,000 at 239, 24,000 at 240, 35,000 at 241. And the numbers get less and less as we go up from there because they only had 14,000 at 244, 17,000 at 245. I'm sorry, 17,000 at 244, 26,000 at 245. And I mention these numbers to you so that you understand how little there really is being used here to get it down to these prices. They don't use there's no massive panic sell-off going on. It's not a panic sell-off. It's just small little dweebs selling here. All right. And they've now allowed me to drop my dollar cost average all the way down to $2.58 on this stock because of the dweeby selling. And I'm going to keep accumulating it here. And all of a sudden, I guess they've run out of shares at 240, 237, 238, 239, 240. Guess they ran out of 241, 42, 43, 44. Guess they ran out of all those. 244s are gone. And now we're at 246. And I guess the 245s and 246s are now gone because we're now at 247. And look at the buyers at 247, folks. Wow. And we're now 10 cents up from where we just bought at 237. If you did buy any at 237 with me, I don't know if you did or didn't. The stock I'm trading here is TDTH. TDTH. And I just got through buying the very low of the day, 237, 238, 239, 240, 41, 42. I bought all that. And now, as you can see, I've got my orders here right below here waiting to buy any more drops, but I think they're pretty much done with this thing. I think they've had their way with it. I think they've did what they could, and I think now it's time to run it right back up and make some serious money on this stock today. Yes, this stock does seem primed for a very nice climb. Primed for a climb. There's the chart on it. Wow, what a drop. What a drop this morning. I believe it was at $3.87 a share. It was at no, it was at 393 a share, folks. 393 a share. And look at the manipulators run it down to below the 200-day average where they wanted to get it. They want to get it there, folks, below the 200-day. That's what they just did. Now it's time to run it back up. Now, I bought some plug power today earlier. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm down on that. 243. I'm down 32 bucks on it. I only bought 160 shares, so I'm going to sell all 160 now. I want out. And that was plug power, PLUG. That was called out this morning by somebody. I didn't write it down. Ghost Rider says XOXS is looking good. All right, so I'm out of plug now. And let's go over here and look at charts. TDTH, trade TDTH. Ah, there she rides back up nicely now. And she should do that. She should do that. She should go up like that. Uh, I believe it is going to make a nice run from here, folks. 244, and they really have had so few shares down in this region compared to what they had up here and even higher. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't want to buy that many. There we go. And right now I'm buying 60 shares of TDTH at 245. And my dollar cost average on this is 257. I'm going to show you the chart on it. TDTH. Here's the 1 day. It was at 393 this morning. 393 a share. It was at 393 a share this morning, folks. And they just drove it down where I just got through buying it at 237 and 238. Now, the reason that I bought those numbers is because of this buy sell sheet. And right here, you'll see I've got in here buyback, and the numbers are 37, 38, 39. And that's why I bought back in to this stock, bought more of it, 37 and 38. That's the exact reason I bought there. And I'm down on this stock right now, but I've got a lot of shares, and it won't take long for it to rocket back up and for me to make a lot of money on this right now. And all I'm doing is playing the waiting game right now, waiting for them to decide when to take up the long position on it after they've shorted it all day long, and then buy back all the shares that they've been shorting. That they borrowed, okay? And that's what I'm waiting for. I'm in a waiting game pattern here. And all I'm trying to do here is lower my, and then right now I've lowered my DCA to below this mountain of shares bought above me. My dollar cost average is now right here at 257 a share. 257. That's right. That's my dollar cost average. And I'm way below this massive, massive buildup of shares up here, as high as 293 and 94, and even up to 302 and 303, where lots of buyers were. There's a lot of buyers up here above me, folks. Okay? A lot of buyers up above me. And they're probably doing the same thing now that I'm doing, dollar cost averaging down. There we go. Last call for 244. And I just bought the last 244. And now I'm going to buy the last 246. And I'm going to buy the last 247. And there's 248s rolling in and 249s. Whoa. Here we go, folks. What a beautiful place to accumulate. I'm buying right here and I'm feeling great. Oh, would you be my, could you be my neighbor? 248, folks. You see how many shares they've had here at this number? They can't even print it. 280,000. Up here, 880,000 and 929,000. But here, not even a printable number, folks. Not even printable. Not even printable. 248. And they still don't have a number they can print. Whoa, she just jumped to 254, 255. Holy smokes. Oh my gosh, she just jumped to 255, folks. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh my gosh. Look at all the buyers buying 255 now. And why? Because it's 1 cent below my dollar cost average. Wow. 257 now. Holy smokes. Oh my gosh, folks. Look at that. Woo! Even in defeat, AMD appears strong. Wow. Look at all the buyers at 254 and a half. Nice. Woohoo! Unbelievable, folks. Take a look at that. 254 and a half. And my dollar cost average is at 255, of course. 255. Well, I told you, folks, there wasn't much here. There wasn't much to hold it down here with. I told you. There wasn't much volume at all to hold it down with. And now, as I mentioned, my dollar cost average is down here below this massive wall of buyers up above me. I mean, just a huge number of buyers who purchased up above me already. So they're incentivized to buy here now and get their dollar cost average down. Look at all these shares being bought now. 253.95, 254s. Oh, they're buying, folks. 254s. But what a coincidence. They would quickly run it up to 1 penny below my dollar cost average, right? And 2 cents below me. Look at that. 1 penny below me now. Nice. I wonder how long they can hold it here. They haven't had that many shares down here below me before. They've never been able to print anything. They've only got 102 there, 290 there. Yep. So they haven't had a lot of shares at this price before to sell. Not compared to how many they sold up above up here. That's for dang sure. And look where they're sitting, folks. 253, buying up shares 2 cents under my dollar cost average. Hoarding up shares 2 cents below me. 253. All right, well, I'll try to buy 252 here, then 253. There we go. Thank you for the 253 buy. Let's try that again. Trying to buy 253 here now. And she has jumped now to 255, and they're dumping the 255s now, trying to dump on my dollar cost average. And so I will buy there at 255. And there's a lot of buying going on here, folks. And look at the chart on this now. Oh, yeah. Very nice. TDTH. TDTH. And there she goes, ladies and gentlemen. The 5-day has now risen above the 45-day. The 10-day is about to do the same. This is TDTH. Oh, yeah. Look at that candlestick up above there now. Holy smokes, folks. This thing's fixing to blow its lid, it looks like. And look, there's no selling against this now. There's virtually no selling, just little tiny reds here, trying to hold it down with just the smallest stuff. But look at the buyers coming in here. All buyers on that candlestick, folks. And the stock I'm looking at is TDTH. TDTH. That's right. There it is on the chart. TDTH. There's the 5-day crossing the 50-day right now. I don't see any way for him to stop it from rising, folks. I don't see any big red candlesticks here. I don't see a lot of them. I don't see a lot of effort to sell anything here to stop this from crossing over. That is the tiniest little wimpy little red candlestick I've seen all afternoon. I haven't seen anything smaller than that. So they bring it up to the 50-day moving average and try to freeze it there on the 50. 2 cents below my dollar cost average. Well, I'm just going to tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the definition of the word convergence. You've got the 50-day average, the 45-day average, you got the 5-day, the 10-day, and they've all converged right here. TDTH. That's the definition of convergence. And listen, folks, consolidation, capitulation, and convergence, all three of those C words favor longs. Okay? All three of those C words favor longs. Consolidation, capitulation, and convergence, all of those words favor longs. They all favor longs. And the shorters should beware because all of those words favor longs. And yes, I'm buying 253 here because I know all of those words favor longs. Yep. Uh-oh. Now they're going to go over my DCA, folks. They're about to go over me now. Here we go. 255. Oh, yeah. Oh, this could become very profitable very rapidly, folks. Lots of buyers buying 254 there. I like the look of that. Yes, indeed. And just no shares at 253. What's that about? Last chance to get a 254, folks. 1 penny under my dollar cost average. Last chance, last call. One penny below me. And there's a lot of 255 buyers coming in here, folks. A whole bunch of 255 buyers coming in here now. Hoarding up shares on my DCA. Oh, and look at the KY flag come in at 25499. 25499, folks. The KY flag flies 25499 with my dollar cost average at 255. 25499. Since when does this number mean anything to them? I'll tell you why. Since they found out it's my dollar cost average. Look, they haven't had nothing to do with this price range today. Nothing. Nothing. They've had nothing to do with this price range today. They've never stayed here before. They've never stayed in this region before. It just fell right through that, right down to here. It's never stayed here before. The only reason it's sitting there now is because of my DCA, ladies and gentlemen. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. 2545. And look at the buyers coming in at 255. All right. This is feeling good, folks. It looks like it's ready to make another move right on up, folks. It looks very poised to go over this 255. I'm telling you now. And the reason being, they've never had any capability of holding it here before. It's never stayed in this range. Look at 255. It's never stayed there, folks. Only 130,000 shares were available there. And now we're buying 2555s. Oh, yeah. And the dumpers are trying to dump on my DCA 255. Oh, and they have so few shares left to work with. Look at that. 15 shares at 255 and 2 shares at 255. And there she goes. Now we're going over 255. And I'll try and buy 20 at 55 again. I'm trying to come in here. And now we're at 2555, ladies and gentlemen, and 2597. And this baby's about to break loose. And I just filled at 256. And I just filled at 256 again. And look at the KY flag now over me, 25501. And now 2555. Nice. Well, I'm just going to raise this up now. 256. What, have they run out of the 255s now? I see them trying to dump my DCAs right there. Look at all the 255s coming in at the same second. 120212, 255. 120224, 255. Look at that. Well, let me tell you something, folks. They're not going to make any money keeping it at the same price for the rest of the afternoon. That isn't going to happen. They don't make money that way. Oh, 255. Here they come, folks. Woo! Look at the buyers at 255 now. Come on in. The water's fine. Take a look at the chart, folks, on this stock. Oh, yeah. Look at that thing rising above the 50-day now. Oh, yeah, baby. Consolidation, capitulation, convergence, favors longs. TDTH. TDTH. And I'm telling you, consolidation, capitulation, and convergence of a stock favors longs. Okay? It favors longs. And I just bought it 254. And I bought it 254 again. And I bought it 254 again. And now 255 I just bought. 255 again I just bought. Whoa! I just sold 260. Wow, and I'm up 308 on this position now. There we go. There we go. There she's going. All right. Now up 264 on this position, up 504 on the position since I opened it. Well, my. Now up three. Because this thing just said I just got reconnected, and sometimes it doesn't reconnect. So, yep, TDTH, TDTH. Well. Look at all the buyers buying 258. Actually, they're dumping 256 now. Dumping 256. Trying to dump out some 256s and 255s. Look at them throwing away all the shares at 255. Nice. And look at the KY flag now at 256.97. 25697. There's the KY flag. 25697. Proudly flying the KY there. And listen, folks, I want you to know something. All of these have been totally oversold. There's no one going to want to sell in this price range right here. Nobody wants to sell in this price range. Not in my opinion, they don't. Everybody bought here so that they could make money when it went up. Everyone bought here. Everyone was buying through this range. So they already all bought up shares here. There's not going to be anybody selling now as it comes through this range again. There's going to be no one selling there, folks. Just a few hedgies and little shorties going selling, but no one's going to be selling here. And here, folks, look, no one's ever sold here before. At this number where it is right now, there's just been nothing in the way of volume before. And I just sold SKYQ at 267. SKYQ's taken off. SKYQ. Yes, I just sold and I'm up 78 on it now. And I've got 420 shares and I'm up 80 bucks on SKYQ. SKYQ. I hear you. SKYQ. And I'm going to be selling 60 at 268. Yep. There we go. Just sold it again. And now I'm going to sell 271, 72, and 73. 271, 72, and 73. And look at them drop it after 270 just sold to down to 266 again. Very common right there, folks. Very common. Bulletproof. Waza. Yep. TDTH. The day is wonderful. Prepare for glory. Tank Knights. Yes. We've Esther. Great day, tanksters. Now let's go back over here. TDTH. Well, it is a solid crossover of the 50-day and 45-day now. And you might want to look here because this is a blue-bellied redback, and it could turn into a red-bellied blueback here. And as you can see, there has been minimal volume here trying to sell against this. And in every candlestick, there's actually more buyers than sellers by far there. More buyers than sellers there, and more buyers than sellers here at 256 a share. So all recent candlesticks showing more buyers than sellers. And interestingly enough, no more big red attacks like we saw over here. Huge red candlesticks trying to sell to make it drop to the nut sack where they could buy in. And then look at the big greens come in there where they nut sacked it right there. All the green came in when they nut sacked it right there. And then there they come, running it right on up. And again, more buyers than sellers here at this number on the stock TDTH. More buyers than sellers here on this stock right now. Even as they try to suppress it back down again to consolidate it on this line, it's going to bounce, folks, most likely, because this 45 and 50 are rising, folks. And I just sold SKYU at 267. And I just sold it at 268 and 269. Nice. And all they're trying to do right now is hold this price at 254.55 near my dollar cost average, right on this rising 50-day average. It looks beautiful. green flat top candlestick on this thing right now. TDTH. Green flat top candlestick right there. TDTH. Green flat top. No wick on the top of it at all. And now the next one's going to come up here, folks. And even the previous bottom on that last rundown in the last minute right there, look how they tapped it there and then it went back up. They can't even hold it down to that same low that the green bottom was. They're trying it now, folks. But no, it wicks up. It wicks up off of that. Looks like they're just happy with content to this. Oh, there she goes. Now let's watch this thing go green. Watch it go green, folks, right here. Bing. It's certainly improving. This is the low just a moment ago. Now the low is right here. And this is TDTH. TDTH. Bid 254, ask 255. And let's get back over here to TDTH. TDTH. There it is. Oh my gosh. And my dollar cost average, ladies and gentlemen, is 253 on the stock. Man, they must be beside themselves that the dollar cost average is now sitting over my dollar cost average. They must be disgusted with that. I can assure you, they are not happy to see me making money. And unfortunately, that my DCA is 253, and you can see there's a lot of buyers at 256 now. 255.85, 255 plus. Shorty's in trouble. And if the demand is not going to go away for this stock, the news was very good. There's a reason that this stock price jumped up to 398 this morning in the pre-market, folks. And look at all the buyers buying 259.99, 256. Oh, jeez. Look out, folks. There it goes, 257, 258. Here we go, folks. And it should go over all these numbers pretty quick, folks, because they're all oversold from 258 all the way up here. Okay. The only stop is going to be at 262 and 263 for a little while they try and fill those numbers out right there. Okay. But we're going to go up here now. We're going to go up. The likelihood of it staying below this is very minimal because they've already sold so many shares through here. The likelihood of it staying without going up is slim, folks. All right. They've already oversold this with 793,000, 733,000, 770, 717. It's all been oversold, folks. And you can watch it now rise. And I'm just going to be a thorn in their side now. I just filled at 258 a share, buying market. And I just filled at 258 again. And don't get me wrong, I'd like to fill at 257. I did finally get 257. And I'd like to get that number again, 257, because look over here, folks. Look how few shares they've had at 257. Look how few shares they've had at 257. Only 160,000. And below that, they've had 350,000, 439,000, 451,000. And here at the 257, only 160,000. The 256, only 248,000. I mean, they've just had nothing there, folks. So I'm going to add, and I bought at 256 just now. And I see so few shares now being dumped out. No big strings anymore. Look at these tiny little amounts that they're trying to dump out at 256. Man, we used to see the reds would be all the way from there to almost the whole sheet would be red as they were selling a little bit ago. Now you got such minimal amounts here, just little dinky amounts. And they're not all on the same second like they were before. Such little amounts here, folks. And they're not all on the same second like they were before. I'd love to buy 256 again if I could, but it looks like that's sort of out of reach for them now. And I'm going to try to buy 257. And the reason I'm buying again here is because there have been so few shares available at 257, 256. So few shares available. Look how much they've dumped out at 255, 451,000. But at 256, only 250,000. And 257, only 47,000, folks. They're running out of shares, folks, to give away. Last call for 257. Last call for 257, ladies and gentlemen. And there's your dumpers dumping out 257s. Last call for 257. There we go. I got it again. And there she goes, folks. She's gone. She's gone. There she goes. There she goes. She's gone. And I'm now up $794 on the position since I opened it. I'm up 470 on the day. I'm going to sell 200 at 260, 200 at 261, 200 at 262, 200 at 263. There they go. I just sold 261. Just sold 262, up now $663 on this position. Oh, yeah. And make sure you got those sell orders going in here now because, folks, this thing could push up so fast over these numbers because they're all oversold over here. All this is oversold. Oh, yeah. 259s. Lots of buyers happily buying here at 259 now. And it's my belief that this is all completely oversold up here. All this is so oversold. Everything is oversold. Where we're going to next is going to be 262 and 263. Okay? Our next stop is at 262, 263 because they want to get those filled out over here. They want to get printable numbers at 262 and 3. And I'm going to remove all these sell orders now. And as it goes up, I'm just going to let them sell at market as it rises. So I'm getting rid of all those sell orders now, and I want you to too if you've got yours there, because we want to get rid of any wall that we might have created there. So take your sell orders out there. If each and every one of you had sell orders there, take them out right now, and we'll see it go right on up, because we'll get rid of the wall. And I'm just trying to get some more here at 258. I put an order in at 258, and I like what I'm seeing here, folks. Let's look at it on the chart. There it is. And this is TDTH. TDTH. And you better look at the size of that candlestick right there, which was 106,000 shares bought. 106,000. And of that 106,000, 60,000 were buying on the ask. You see that? Look at all those buyers buying on the ask right there. More buyers than sellers, 2 to 1. And this is TDTH. TDTH. In case you're not aware, what happened was this company announced that their founder, chairman, and CEO, Han Lim, will convert, it says, $8 million of outstanding founder indebtedness into restricted Class B equity. So that is the chairman, CEO, and founder of this company just converted $8 million worth of outstanding founder indebtedness into restricted Class B equity. And that's why this stock shot up to 398 this morning in the pre-market. And now I'm going to start trading it, and I'm selling it. And she's at 260 a share. My dollar cost average is 252. And I've accumulated a lot of shares worth of this stock now. And so all I'm doing is trying to accumulate at 258 now. And look, folks, I don't see any shares available here for sale up through here hardly at all. And I don't see any spoof bidding anymore either. No 7,000 shares, no 5,000 shares. I don't see any spoof bidding at all. None. And the next seller is going to be where I told you, 262, and that's where it's going to, right here. I told you it was going to do it, and that's where it's going to, 262, folks. But here again, I don't see any spoof bidding. I don't see any of the 5,000, 7,000 share sells there. Nice. I just picked up a 257. And there's the KY flag flying at 25787. 25787. Oh, so proudly it waves. 25787. KY flag flying high in the sky. And one thing I learned about yesterday. Oh goodness, they gave me another 256. How sweet of them. Those are precious little givers. And now they're trying to give me a 255. Well, guys, that's not my dollar cost average anymore. You got to go lower now. My DCA's at 252, suckers. That's what happens when you drop the price to 237, 238, 239, and I buy a bunch of shares. Got my DCA down here to 252. You guys were spoiled. You thought you were going to keep it at 255. Well, wrong. And look at all the buyers coming in here now at 256, 4 cents over my DCA. And they're just happy as can be to buy at 256, folks. You can clearly see that. Thousands of shares being bought here at 256 a share. Well, I guess they're done with those and the 257s. And I just filled at 257. Man, look at all the buyers. And I told you before, they've never had anything at 257, folks. Hardly any shares at all. 189,000. Look up here, 2 cents higher, 808,000. And here, only 190,000 at 257. So that's why I'm buying that number, folks. It's like the weakest number of this whole region is that number right there. The weakest number, 257. And that happens to be exactly why the price is there now, folks. They want to build out that number. They want to get that thing to come out here, all the way out here. They want it to there. And that's the reason it's sitting at that number now, 257. And that's the reason, folks, that it's there at 257. And so many are buying it there. And as you can see, there's a lot of green. 257 and a half. Wow. That's a lot of buying, and they bought up. Now we're at 258. Now we're at 260. Now 260 and a half. And I just sold 200 at 260. I just sold 200 at 262. I just sold 200 at 262, 400, 200 at 263. And right now I'm up on this position $532 today. And since I opened it, I'm up $816.19. And I told you folks it was going to come up to 262 and 263. Didn't I tell you that? I told you it was going to come to that next, 262 and 263, and I was right. There they are, 262, 263. I told you it was going to come up to these two numbers until they filled them out, and then it was going to go beyond all this as well. Until they fill these out, they'll sit here, but once they do, it's going to run past those as well, right on up. Look at all the buyers at 260 now. And my dollar cost average has dropped to $2.50. My DCA is 250 now. And just look at the buyers coming in at 260 to buy this up. I'll try 20 at 258 and 20 at 259. Now you know why I bought those shares at 257, and I told you it was going to run up past this to 262, 263. And I was right, folks. And look at all the buyers coming in now, 261. Woo! All right. I want to buy some 261 too. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Gary Edwards, what are you doing? Did you fall asleep on the like button or something? What are you doing, Gary? You didn't pass out on your keyboard, did you? What is Gary doing? I think Gary's gone nuts. I think he's passed out. Gary, wake up. Gary, wake up, Gary. What are you doing, bro? Gary, what are you doing? I think Gary's cat must be in there on his office desk and standing on his keyboard or something. Hello, Gary. What are you doing, Gary? Wow. Well, one thing's for sure. I love it. There's a heart on for you, Gary. I can't even get a heart on the screen with you doing that. Gary. Well, looking over here at this stock, Gary. Hello, Gary. NH Funny Farm. Whoa. There's a long time subscriber member, NH Funny Farm. Woo. Jayhawk. What do you think's going on with our buddy here? What's going on with Gary? What happened to him? I'll write to him. Gary, are you okay? I think he had a Mountain Blue too early. Been dealing with stuff, but I'm crawling back to the tank. All right. Good to see you, NH Funny Farm. Well, today I was trading this stock, which is TDTH. TDTH, and you can see I'm up 625 since I opened the position, up 341 today, now up 405. Oh man, now up 438. TDTH, and I told you guys it was going to rise right back up here and stop at 262, 263. That's what I told you. I told you it would come up here beyond all this and it would get to 262 and 263. And there it is, right there where I told you it would be. All right. And the reason that it's stopping here is because they want to fill these two out and get printed numbers at this number right here, 263. All right. So they're trying to get around 640,000 at 262 and around a printed number at 263 is what they're trying to get. So might as well just come on up here and start buying 263. Now listen, when they get the printed number at 263, then it's going to go up beyond all those numbers and stop up here at 277, okay? That's what it's going to do, folks. There we go. There's the 263. And again, all they're trying to do is print a number at the number 263 here. They just want to print a number at 263 right here. And I told you that was what they were going to do. I said it was going to roll up here and stop at 262 and 263. And now I want to remove my sell orders at 265, 266, 267, 268, and 269. I want you to remove your sell orders there if you had them there, okay? Because now this thing is getting ready to break up over all these numbers and go all the way up to 277. All right, because they're all oversold. All this is oversold already. They sold it. They have sold the shit out of it this morning already. So everybody's already bought up all the shares in this region right here. There's a big gap. It's going to go all the way up, folks, to 277. Watch and learn. Watch and learn. And now I'm up 830 on this position, and I've got 6,500 shares. I'm going to sell 200 right now. Sell at market 200. And I'm up $884 on this position today. And the stock I'm on is TDTH. TDTH. And come on up. 263 is the number they're trying to achieve. And print a 263, folks. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't want to buy 200 there, just 20. 263. There we go. Look at the buyers coming in here, folks. 263. I told you that would be the number they'd want to hold it at and fill that out. I told you so. 262 and 263. And they're just going to try to get these out to numbers they can print. That's the only objective here, is to get 263 to be a number that they can print out. Oh. And now we're at 264, folks. And it should go right over 264, right on up, all the way up, because all of this is oversold. All of this is oversold. All of it. All of this is way oversold already. 264, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 71, 2, 3. We're going to 277, folks. We're on the way to 277. And it looks like they're not even going to get the number they want at 263, folks. There's too many buyers over 263 at 264 now. Ah, sorry, going the keyboard was against my leg and I didn't notice. I thought you'd fallen asleep, or maybe your cat got on the keyboard and was standing on it, on the enter button. Well, that's it for the 263s. That's it for the 264s. Watch it rise. Watch how fast it goes up through this region, okay? Just watch, folks, and learn with me, and watch and learn with me. Watch how fast it goes up through this region where all this was oversold, okay? And 263s are out of here. Now I'm going to try for 264. And look at all the buyers at 265, folks. Whoa! Oh, last call for 263. They dumped it out there one more time, 263. Last call for 263, ladies and gentlemen. And last call for 264 as well. And you're going to see it rise right up over all these numbers. It won't be long, folks, and it'll be all the way up to 277. There should be no reason for it to stay here. I see them still trying to print this 263 number here where they've only got 444,000 shares at 263. $263.5. Look at that, folks. 263.5, 263.31, 263.01, 263.22, 264.99. Watch out, folks. Yes, sir. 264s. 265s will be on your screen within 5 minutes, folks. 265s will be on your screen within 5 minutes. Market makers now trying to get a 262. Well, we already know they had very few shares there at 262 compared to every other number. They had 827 at 259, 645 at 260, 825 at 261, and only 544 at 262. So good luck with that. Good luck with holding the 262 or 263. And now there she goes, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. And we got a lot of buyers coming in 264 and 264 plus. And I just sold 264. Just sold 400 at 264. And I believe, like I said, it should travel right on past up over all these because they've flatly oversold all this through here, oversold it all already. Last 20 shares at 262, I just got. I don't even know why they're wasting their time with this number, folks. I have no idea. They've already printed the 262 and they've got 549,000 there. So I have no idea why they would even try. What's the point? What a worthless waste of time to try to do that. And at 262, they've only had 554,000. Right below that, 831,000 at 261. You see that? And then below that, 646,000. So they haven't had jack crap to sell here comparatively at 262. And that's why I'm going to try to buy it at 261 right now if I can. I see a lot of orders over here at 261, but for some reason mine isn't filling. There it is. I got it. I did get it there. And there we go. I got it again. And folks, all they're trying to do is get a printable number at 263, ladies and gentlemen. 263. A lot of dumpers here trying to dump the 260. 10 cents over my dollar cost average now. I wonder why. Why are they trying to dump 10 cents over me? It doesn't matter that they just shelled out all those shares at 260 because look, everybody's freaking buying them now at 260. Look at that. There's no fear. There's no fear here. There is none. There is not one bit of fear here at 260, ladies and gentlemen. There's just a bunch of freaking buyers buying here. And by the way, they should be, because they're buying at the bottom of this huge wall here. They're buying right now at this price, 260, with a huge wall of protection over the top of them there. Look at all those buyers that have already bought up there above this price, 260. And now it's done with the 260s, and we're at 261 again. And now the shorters are dumping 261 fives. Nice. Well, this is the stock right here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trading TDTH. I'll show it to you on the chart. TDTH. My goodness, look at that 50 and 45 raising. And it is a red belly blue back. I called it out earlier. I told you right here that this blue back red belly could turn into a red belly blue back, and it sure has. And look at that 45 separating from the 50-day right now. Look at that red 50-day. Look at the blue 45 separating from it and rising. And that's going to shove this 5-day right up over this thing, folks, because this is a rising 45 and a rising 50 and a 200 up above. And it's going to shove this price right up here, folks. You watch. You watch it, folks. Just like it did over here when they tried to do the same thing and pinch it down to the 50. Look at it bounce up. And now trying to pinch it down to the 50, and it's going to bounce up again. There it goes, and it's rising right now. Look at it rise. Oh, yeah. And I just got to buy a 259. Nice. 260 now. 260 again. I don't know why they're showing this bullshit 258s and 59s over here, because I'm buying at market 20 shares and it's filling, folks, at 260 a share. Period. 260 at market right now. Another buy at 259. Another one at 259. Looking right here at 258. And again, we're back at this number where there's never been any shares to sell. 257, 256, and 257. There's just been nothing here all day to sell at this price. Right here. Right here where they are. 256 and 257. And it's the least number of shares they've had of any of these mass accumulation. 256 and 257. It's the least number of shares they've had available at those two slots. And now they're trying for 258s. Thank you. And there's no shortage of buyers. There's obvious at 258, folks. It doesn't look like there's a lot of fear going on there. I'm just going to have to call it like I see it. I don't see a lot of fear there at 258. Just looks like a whole lot of buying going on. And listen, folks, there really are very, very few shares here. When we get up to 263, it's going to jump up here to 269 and 270. Okay? And I hope they give me a 257. Whoa, I just sold SKYQ at 270. SKYQ, folks, take a look at the SKYQ chart. There it is, SKYQ. And I just sold it at 270. Nice. And the reason that this stock here, TDTH, that I'm up right now 491 on, is because, folks, they're trying to print the number 258 over here. They want this number to be printable, okay? Yep. They want 257 to come out and fill this out more and be in line with right here, 257. Now, when they get that, then it's going to go right on up over all the rest of this afternoon. That's my call. And today is the end of the lunchtime low right now at 257, ladies and gentlemen. Lunchtime low ends at 257 right now. And look at all the effort to sell 257s there and all the buyers coming in now. Boom, boom, boom. Out go the lights. And now I'm going to have to fill, unfortunately, at 258. Nope, they gave me the 257 I wanted. Thank you. And again, ladies and gentlemen, on this stock today, they have had virtually no shares available at 257. It is the smallest amount of shares of any of these numbers. This number, 257, is the smallest of all. Okay? The least number of shares available of all of them is at that price, 257, where they've only had 211,000 shares. Look up above there, 800, 800, 800, 900, 700, 700, 800, 700, 900. And down here at 257, 211,000. You kidding me, folks? Just 211,000 at 257. Even below that, at 254, they had 440,000, and at 255, they had 463,000. So 257, 214,000. How long will that hold up? How long is that going to stay there with so few shares that they've had available there? 256. Well, they've had more at 256 than 257. I just sold SKYQ at 272. Man, SKYQ is on the move, folks. And now Shorty's got this TDTH back down to my old dollar cost average of $2.55. But unfortunately for them, my DCA now is at 251. So they're a little bit on the screwed side there. Yeah, they're screwed. They screwed up when they took the price down to 237, 38, and 39 and let me hoard up those shares there. And I just sold SKYQ at 274. Let's go see how much I'm up on that now. SKYQ. And oh, I'm gonna sell it here. I just I'm shorting this stock now. I didn't mean to do that. I've sold 60 more than I got. Dang. So I got to put a buy order in here. Now come on back down here. Come on back down here. Don't go crazy on me. Get down here back under 274 here. Well, I'll just do 20 at a time and try to buy 277, 278, 279, 280. I'm shorting a 60 share position right now. Try and buy 281, 282. There we go. Yep, I just bought 280. There we go. I just bought 281. And now I'm only shorting 20 shares. And I tell you what, this SKYQ is starting to make a move. I'm trying to buy it at 281 right now and get out of this shorter position altogether. Oh man, they got it down there to 281. Why didn't my order fill? Well, I just got to buy 20 at market. And now I'm done shorting it. Hey, I made 82 bucks on that one there. That was a good call out. Ah, Beam Saucer, been learning from what you do since SoFi was at $7. You the man. All right. All right, now SKYQ, folks. And now I'm going to go back over here to look at my other one. And let's go look at KIDZ right now. And that's SKYQ right there. Ah, KIDZ. Market manipulators have driven it down to the low there, the next low there, the next low there, and the next low there. And there it goes, KIDZ. Well, I sold 400 at 88 and 87. And I sold, I sold a lot more than that. I sold many, many 400s there. And this is KIDZ. And I'm going to move this over, and I think I might start moving it over to SKYQ. And I'm selling here KIDZ. KIDZ. And yes, I'm down on it. I'm down on it. But I'm going to free up some money here, folks. And now I'm going to sell 100. And now I'm going to sell 60. All right, there. And now I got a bunch of money to buy with. So let's get over here. Oh, Larry Pitts, ILLR just dropped 50 cents in less than 5 minutes. All right, let's go look at it. ILLR. ILLR. Wow. So the high on this was 273. And of course, if you look at my buy sell sheet, look at this right here. One of the sell numbers that you're going to see on here is sell 72 and sell 73. 72 and 73. Those are sell numbers. And this stock was up to $2.72 and 73 cents for the high today. Huh. Now 211. And the stock is barely green now. It was up nicely. And it's a lunchtime low opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, at 105. And I'll try to buy it at 212 and 213. And I'll try to buy 214 and try to buy 215. ILLR. Let me see the chart on this. ILLR. Holy smokes, look at him smash that down below the freaking 200 day. 207 Savannah. 207 Savannah and 208. And I just made my entry. I'm at 214. And I got a bid at 213 and a bid at 212. And look, folks, there's never been any shares down here. There just has been really nothing down here at all. ILLR. Oh, yeah. 214, 214, 214. Well, I had a buy order at 211 and 212 and 213. And I see that just filled 211s over there. So I don't know why I didn't get those 211s, 212s, and 213s. But I didn't get them. ILLR. Well, got 300 shares now long. And they run it up to 216.99, and then they drop in a 10 share sell order for 212. 212. And the stock is ILLR. I want to thank you for calling that out. ILLR. Who called that out? Larry Pitts. Thank you. Thank you for calling that out. And my dollar cost average is 214, and the price has jumped up now to 218. So I'm just going to buy at market since they won't come down and fill any of my dang orders. I got a 217 there. And they also have a spoof bid of 2,200 shares at 222. And they've got a spoof bid of 5,200 shares at 230. So they do believe this price is going to 5,200, 230 a share is what they believe. And they have a spoof bid of 2,200 shares at 222. Yep, there it is. 2,200 spoof bid at 222. 13 shares at 217 they're showing here. Ah, good. I just bought 216 twice. ILLR. Hey, man. Thank you for that call out. I'm up $10 on it already. I think that's a good place to get it there. Anywhere around 213 is usually a good spot. So thank you for calling that out. My average on it is 215 now. There we go. And I just picked up a 213 on it. $213. Thank you for that 213 buy again. There we go. Very nice. Now, listen, folks, they haven't had any shares here available at this price today. They've had so few shares available at 212 and 213. Look up here how many they had at $2.28, 29, 230. Look up here how many they had at 249, 250. And up here, look how many they had at 265, 66. So they've had a lot of shares up there, but very few down here for sale where I'm buying now. Very, very few comparatively. That's what I'm getting at. That's the same reason I bought the other stock that I've been buying all morning here and trading. And right now I'm up $628, up 896 today on the stock that I've been buying, TDTH. TDTH. Enter. Oh, yeah. And it's rising, folks. And look, they're going to rise it right up over all this 264, 65, 66, 67. The next number we're going to, ladies and gentlemen, is 267. And we'll stop at 267 briefly, maybe 5 minutes, and then we're going to go right on up to $2.77 a share, ladies and gentlemen. That is what is about to happen. That is my call because all of this over here is completely oversold up above. Everything's oversold. And I've been telling you that all day, that it was going to run over all these numbers up to 277, because everything here is completely oversold. And I also told you they weren't going to hold it here because they didn't have any volume here before, and they could not hold it at my DCA of 251. I told you they couldn't hold it there. And I told you it was going to come up over here to 262 and 263, and that's where it is right now, 262 and 263. And the reason they're there is because they want these numbers to be equal. They want all these numbers to be equal, to come out to here, to come out to here. That's why they're at 262, 263 now. They want all these candlesticks to come right on out here. And they want to get a minimum of 900,000 on each candlestick. 900,000. And notice that this number that they're at now, 261, my God, they've already got a million there. They've already oversold a million there at 261. That's the biggest oversold number of all, is 261. 1,064,000 at 261. 1,064,317 at 261. And since it's sitting here on that number, I don't see any number changes. I believe that it's more than that even. And I'm going to call their bluff right now. I call big bluff. I'm going to close this out. I believe it is more than 1,064,000. And I don't see any of these numbers changing. Maybe they're just using one and two shares at a time to do it. That's all they're doing, is onesie twosies here. Because I don't see any of these numbers changing. And dadgum. Green, green, green. TDTH. All green. Well, 261, 1,065,484. I don't believe it. I'm going to close it out. I think it's more than that. Just give me a second here, folks, to get logged in on this. I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim, and I'm going to load it up again right now because I have a little issue with it not showing accurate volume. So I'm going to come in again now with Charles Schwab Thinkorswim and get re-logged in. Just give me a moment here. And I'm going to get logged back into Charles Schwab Thinkorswim after a brief update. After a brief update. All right, here we go. We're going to trade in, chime in now. And let me get in here. And now let me get my password put in. Check my password, and there it is, and I'm in. And I don't believe they've been showing the correct numbers. And the stock I'm trading is Charles Schwab Thinkorswim, and the stock I'm trading right now is one that was called out this morning by one of the viewers. And that is called TDTH, called out by Happy Boy. And right now, I am up on this stock $694 since I opened the position. And that's my gain. The price is sitting at 2.61 a share, 261. And look at that, 1,115,000 shares have been accumulated at that number, folks. Why do they want to hold 261? Because it's 10 cents higher than my dollar cost average? Why are they trying so hard to hold 261? What does that mean to them? And now the bid is 259 and the ask is 261. What do you know? The bid is 259 and the ask is 260. And there comes a KY flag in at 258 and a half now. And she's back up over 259 now. And I'm going to have to buy at 260. And look at this, folks. There are a lot of buyers coming in happily at 260 here, folks. I mean, tons of them. And look at all these orders 8, 19, 18, 17, 16. Isn't that interesting? But look at them all buying up to 260, folks, on this stock. TDTH. I'm going to show you the chart on this right now. And there's ILLR, where I just got through buying on that dip there, the lunchtime dip. But now we're going to look at TDTH. And there it is, folks. And all they're doing now is yanking it under the 50 and bounce, yanking under the 50 and bounce, yanking under the 50 and bounce, yanking under the 50 and bounce. Repeatedly. Oh, yeah. Look at it bouncing now, right off there, just like it should. Right off, just like it should. Just like it's been doing, folks. Look at that big old double nut right there during, what time was it? 11:42 this morning. A double nut with a low of how much? 237. And I bought it there, as you all watched me, because that number's on my buy sell sheet, 237 and 238. You can see right here, it says buy back. Right there's the number in the middle of the screen. Buy back 37, 38. Right there, buy back 37, 38, 39. And so I did buy there. When they got down to the 37 and 38, I bought it there. And now just look at it, beautifully springboarding here. They get them a nice little veggie drop there and then come up here in a nut sack they accumulate here right on this rising 50 and rising 45 day. And then here we go, ladies and gentlemen, completely compressed, completely consolidated, completely converged. Folks, those three words favor longs: consolidation, capitulation, and convergence favor longs. This all favors longs, especially with a rising 50 day like this and a 200 up above. Let's look at the 20-day chart on this thing. Let me ask you something. Does it look like that 200-day average is falling to you down here? Is that 200-day falling? Is this 50-day and the 45, are they falling? No, and the only thing they can do is drop the price from 393 a share this morning right to the doggone 50-day average, from 393 to the D 50-day average, and then boom, off she goes. And this is TDTH. TDTH. And look at that triple upside crossover. Current price over. 5-day blue line over. Orange day, 10-day moving average. Orange over the 200. The 50-day over the 200 and the 45 over the 200. And you better look at that close, because I got news for you. This gap between this 45 and this 50-day just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger as it rises. The gap gets getting bigger, folks. Look at the 200-day just steadily, steadily, steadily rising amongst all these shenanigans of selling it down to the 50-day right there, right there. And the stock I'm talking about here, ladies and gentlemen, is TDTH. TDTH. This morning, the CEO of this company, who is also its founder, made a comment that he was going to change 8 million of outstanding founder indebtedness. He's going to change the 8 million of founder indebtedness to buy the company's stock, Class B equity, restricted Class B equity. So it says here, Trident Digital Tech holding shares are trading higher after the company announced that its founders, chairman, and CEO will convert approximately 8 million of debt into restricted Class B equity. 8 million of outstanding. Now, don't get me wrong. He doesn't have 8 million outstanding debt. He says 8 million of outstanding indebtedness, like he owes it to him. Outstanding founder indebtedness into restricted Class B stock. Alexa, what is the definition of indebted?
The adjective indebted is usually defined as committed or obligated to repay a monetary loan. For more, ask me to give you more definitions for indebted.
Alexa, stop. So instead of paying back in cash the indebtedness, there's going to be Class B stock. Now that shot this price up to $3.93 in the early pre-market. At 3 o'clock a.m., the price was $3.93 a share. $3.93 a share. Look at it climbing now. Look at it climbing. And I want to look at the 1 day chart now. And there it is, just slowly and steadily rising. But man, there's pressure when it started to break the 200 and they dropped it below the 50. Then it went over the 200 and they dropped it below the 50. And now, how high will it go? Will it press on and go over that 200? Is it going to turn right now? Is it going to start its run up right now? Is this the end of the leaching of it? Leaching it out, leaching it out, leaching it out. Does it end right now? Is now the point? There it goes. There it goes, folks. And look at that flat top green candlestick on this thing. Let's go, baby. Come on. Let's go, TDTH. They've been trying to hold you captive all day long, including Mickey Mouse running it down to 237 a share. That's right. They ran it down to 237 a share from $3.93. And now we got a flat top green candlestick forming on this thing right now. TDTH. Trade it, folks. Come on. Look how hard they're trying to hold it here, ladies and gentlemen. They've done 1,122,000 shares at this price, 261. You don't think they're committed to try to hold it at 261, folks? Look at that. 1,122,000 shares at 261. They haven't had jack crap compared to that down here at 258 and 259 where they are now. And they've almost reached a million now at 259 as well. They're at 929,000. 922,000 at 2. 259. They've almost got a million there too now. I wonder why they're wanting to buy a million there at 259. Anybody? Why are they wanting to buy a million shares of this stock at 259? And then the interesting thing is at 258, a penny below that, they've only had 617,000 shares. They got 300,000 more to give away at 259, folks. 300,000 more shares at 259. Oh man, this thing just feels to me like it is ready to start ripping here this afternoon. It just has all the feels of completely oversold all over it, folks. It has completely oversold all over it here. And now just trying to duplicate and get to 800,000 at this 258 number and 259. And now I'm going to fill 260. And I'm going to try to buy right along with them at 261. All those that have bought 1,122,000 there at 261. 1,122,000 acquired at 261. And how many more shares can they have at 261, folks? And you can see the buyers coming in. 261, they're buying with me, folks. And they've been buying up this share all day long at this price. They've been hoarding this thing at this price. 1,123,000 shares, the most of any other number they've accumulated at this price. 261. I wonder why. Why? Why are they trying to hold it here at 261, folks? Why were they trying to drop it to 237 an hour and a half, 2 hours ago? Why did they do that to 237 where they only had 5,789 shares? I just bought ILLR at 209. And I just bought TDTH at 259. And by the way, at 259, they've had 300,000 less shares than they have at 260. You see that? At 259, 300,000 less shares available than at 260. Gary Edwards, are you still here? Yep, I see you. The Savvy Traveler's killing it on AMD. All right. Well, that's good because I happen to own a boatload of those shares. That is the second most shares I have in my portfolio. Well, they've now acquired 927,000 shares at 259 of this stock, TDTH, and 852,000 at 260, and 1,124,000 at 261. So how are they going to hold it here now? I'm up 704 on this position. How are they going to hold this here when they've already filled 1,124,000 at 261? And who keeps throwing out the shares at 260? Is what I want to know. I wonder who keeps throwing out these 260 shares. And they've almost got a million also at 259 here, folks. 259, almost a million there. Here's the chart on it, TDTH, as they sit here now and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk. And you might want to notice down here, there is they're trying to give you the impression that nobody's watching this stock. But I got news for you. Right here, equal buyers and sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more buyers than sellers, more sellers than buyers, more buyers than sellers, more sellers than buyers, and now more buyers than sellers. And that is just the way it is, folks. So, out of the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes of trading, there have been 7 minutes where there was more buyers than sellers, and only 2 minutes out of that where there was more sellers than buyers. And that means the trend is buy. Okay, they're buying this stock. There are more buyers than sellers. That's all I care to see. And the chart we're looking at is on TDTH. And this is going to be the last call for shares. Look at the KY flag just come in right there. The KY flag falls into place at 25962. 25962, handing out the KY. And I'm going to try to buy 260. And I want to thank you, whoever just sold at 260 a share this stock, right here at 1:36 p.m. And ladies and gentlemen, I still believe that it won't take long for this to run right over all this oversold stock. All oversold. Everything's oversold up here. Everything's oversold. It's going to run right back up here, folks. It's going to go to 277 a share. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. A lot of buying here at 260. A lot of buying at 260 here. And with no fear of buying at 260. And now a 261 pops its head into view. And everyone you see here leaving this stock at 260, the hands are trading over to people buying it that want to buy it at 260 and run it up. So what you're seeing here is a lot of shares being bought up at 260 right there because, hey, everybody thinks this thing's going to go higher from 260, and I do too. So that's why I keep buying here 60 shares at a time at 260 a share. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at him running out of 260s. And she's going to go to 261. where again they've already completely oversold this with 1,124 at 261. This is TDTH, where they've oversold it 1,124,000 at 261. I wonder why they're so adamant about selling so many shares at 261. And man, look how much of that was dark. I mean, dark. 600,000 of that was sold on the bid at 261. 600,000 of the sold there were sold on the bid at 261. That's a lot of dumping, folks. That's a lot of dumping at 261. And although they're showing a lot of dumping here now at 260, why? 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 What is the big deal about 260, folks? Other than it being a number where they've already sold only 854,000 shares. Why are they even trying so hard? TDTH. I'm trying to buy it at 259. It seems like it's impossible to do it though. And now we've seen them get almost a million at 259, nearly 900,000 at 260, 1.1 million at 261, and then a bunch of 700, 700s, 933, 938, 957, 700s, 914, 1,042 up here, 269. 929 at 270, 914 at 271, 1,054 at 273. Holy smokes, folks. Wow. And all I can get here is 259, 260. And at 260, they've only been able to get 854,000. I wonder why. And let's back this out where we can look at this a little bit better. Wow. So take a look here, and you can see a big drop from right here at 271 to drop it down to 237. Alexa, what is 2.71 minus 2.37?
2.71 minus 2.37 is 0.34.
Alexa, stop. So a 34-cent drop right there. And then ever since then, just rising. About a half hour ago, they had the price at 250 a share. Then about 15 minutes ago, they had it at 255 a share. Now 259 a share. Well, I like that. I like the fact that the price was here at 237, 237 at 11:36 this morning. 237 at 11:36 this morning. And at the time here 11:09, 27 minutes earlier the price was at 274. 27 minutes to run it down from 274 to 236, 237. 27 minutes. Man, it won't take this thing long once it starts making its move to make a nice move, I don't believe. I don't think it's going to take long for it to go back up. And I can see them here, and I understand trying to buy below the 50, buy below the 50, buy below the 50, buy below the 50 day, buy below the 50 day, buy below the 50, buy below the 50, buy below the 50. There's the 50 day. I understand why you're doing it. It's proven to be a good place to buy below the 50. Once, twice, three times, four times, five times, six times, seven times. They're trying to drive it below the 50, folks. And I will buy here because of that. And I just got 259 where they've gotten 927,986 shares. 927,000. Well, that's the limit, folks. Up here was 933, 938, 957, 929, 914. A lot of nines, folks, until they run out of them. A lot of 900,000s until they run out. There we go. Oh, they just pulled off some buys at 957 there. Nice. And now 958. And at 958, they've only had 619,000 shares. At the 957, they've only had 405,000 at not at I'm sorry, at 257. 257. And again, I'm going to buy this number 257 because they've had so few shares there before. They just had so few and time again all day long. This is the lowest number of shares that they've had at 257, folks. And I've talked to you about this three different times. That's the lowest number of shares that they've accumulated. And no wonder they're trying to get that number now and make it come out here and look respectable. And I just ran out of 257s. Now we're at 258. And I will try to buy the 257 again. I have faith in them. I know that they want to get that number out here where they can get this equal to these lines here. Very nice. Some more 257s. Right here where they've only gotten 405,000 shares there. Up above that, 600, then 900, then a million. So very few have always been available here at 257, 56. Very, very few shares have been available here all day long compared to what's above. There were a lot more available up above this price. And now they're back to my old dollar cost average, 255. Yes, and now they're on my DCA, 253. Last call for Catfish's DCA, 253. And now it's back up to 255. Well, they tried, folks. Oh, and now we're at 257. And they tried to get 253. They tried to get my dollar cost average just then. And now we're back up to 257. And I've already showed you, they've never had any shares down here for sale available. They've never had jack crap down here compared to what's up above they've sold up here. And I'm buying here at 255 now. And I think we're basically last chance before a nice 2-hour run up here. And I could be wrong. I could be wrong. They could run this thing down like they did that other one yesterday on me. But that other one was up 130% when they started running it down. This one's only up 40. And there sure has been a whole lot of wanting to buy this here at 254. 1 penny over my dollar cost average. 1 penny over me, folks. And look at all the buyers trying to buy there, 1 cent over my DCA. Look at all those buyers buying a penny over my DCA here. Nice. And now we're back up to 255 now. 254.99. I love seeing that. 254.9999. Look at all the green at 254, folks. Wow. That is a lot of dang buying there. Shorty, what are you going to do about that? 254 just being bought like it's the best thing since sliced bread. Even the dumpers are trying to dump 254 now. Trying to dump at 253 even, my dollar cost average, but the buyers just come in, snag it up at 254. I tell you what, folks, every single day of trading here lately, hasn't this been the same way, pretty much the same way? Them just holding this thing and trying to hold it right on my DCA every day. They haven't made it easy to make money, that's for sure. They've made it a struggle every day, folks. And here they coincidentally sit right on my dollar cost average. Everybody wants to buy with Catfish Tide. Sitting right on my DCA again. And it's the weirdest number for them to want to hold. Why? Why 252? Why 253? What is up with that number? Why would they want to hold that number? That's a stupid number to try and hold. Is the only reason because it's my dollar cost average? I mentioned the same thing to you yesterday. Why were they trying to hold that weird freaking number they were on? It was because that's where my DCA was. And once again today, they're trying the same stunt. This weird number of 253, they're trying to hold for a DCA. Why? Why? Man, I tell you, it sure seems quite strange to me that all of a sudden they have so much interest in holding this price at 253 or 254. And the time now is 1:52 p.m. When will the shenanigans end? When will they run out of shares? Up here, I'm seeing they ran out at 1 million, ran out at 9, ran out at 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, and now they're running out at 458,000 and 541,000. And I don't even see them printing these numbers anymore. They're not even printing them because they're not happy with them. They're not happy with how low these numbers are, so they're not going to print them. They don't want to show that off. Lots of buyers here, though. No fear in buying at 254. That's obvious. The dumpers tried to dump the 253s, and boom, they just buy the 254s up. I'm ready. TDTH. There it goes, folks. There it is, right there. TDTH. What a bottom out effort right there. What a bottom out effort. Now, how high is it going to run from here? They already tried this stunt over here when they nut sacked it at lunchtime, and they got them a big old double nut right there. Then they ran it up here. Now they try a single nut right here at the same price they were there. Look at that, folks. The same as there, the same as there, the same as here, and now the same here, the same low repeatedly. I'm happy to put a line in here for you so you can see this and understand it. So understand it. Understand that they satcheled it here. Understand they sacked it there. Understand they sacked it there. Understand they sacked it there. And then they sacked it there again on this line. It's a love line for them, folks. They love this line. And from this price, how low has it dropped compared to how high it's popped? How low did it drop? How low did it drop compared to how high it popped? How low did it drop and how high it popped? How low did it drop and how high will it pop? All right, that's the question to be asked here. Because over and over off this line, it has popped. Off here, it popped. Off here, popped. Here, popped. Here, popped. Here, popped. Here, popped higher. Here, popped even higher. Last chance. From here, popped. Here, popped. Here, how high will it pop now? How high is it going to pop? How high is it going to go now? How high will it run up now? I'm just letting you know. And I'm showing you why they just took it to that number. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to put another line in down here to this right here. Right there. I want to put a line in there. Why? Why did that number mean anything to them? Why were they trying so hard for that number? Where's the past on that number? Let's stretch it out and see where that past is on that number, which happens to be, by the way, $2.52. 252. Yeah. What was the big deal about 252 just now? You can see over here. Ah, there it is. 252. Oh, yeah. 252. They ran it down to right there and right there. It ran up over it and they ran it down to 252. They ran up over it again and they tried to take it to 252. Right there, 252. And there she's going, folks. All right, there she goes. Woo! Oh, yeah, baby. Unenveloped candlestick here, folks. Unenveloped candlestick. And I am now up 397 on this position today. CLRO still banging. ILLR seems to be halted. I was able to get out of FRTT today and after holding since last week. Oh, good. Good, 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 good. Well, why don't we be the nice to the little shorties and let them buy now some 258s? Let them buy some 259s. Let them buy some 260s. Let's be kind to the shorters. And I just sold 258. And I'm up now 491 on this position. And I'm selling here just 60 shares at a time. Whoa! I just sold 260. Wait a minute. Who the heck's coming in and buying 260 now? Oh, man. Look at them dump the 260s right there, too. Woo! All right. Man, they're not going to wait. It's 2 o'clock, folks. It's 2 o'clock. And I just sold 258. And I just sold 258 again. And I guess we got some happy buyers here now, buying up 258. And the ask is now, the bid is 257. The ask is 259. The bid is 257. The ask is 259. And this thing is rising. So I'm going to take out my sell at 259, take out 260, take out 261. Looking at the chart, this is it right here, ladies and gentlemen. And we're looking at TDTH. TDTH. Unenveloped candlestick starting here now at 259. Unenveloped candlestick, TDTH. TDTH. Look at that flat top candlestick there. Nice. TDTH. You see how they try to fool you, folks? How they try to fool you out of selling your shares? How they try to con you out of your shares? Try to get you to sell to them like a sucker. See how they tried to get you to sell to them right there at 252 a share just 20 minutes ago? Looking good, baby. Look at that thing springboard. Quack, quack. Buyers coming in flat top green in this thing. Bid is now, the ask is now 257. The ask is now 257. Stock is up 40% today on news that their CEO, CFO, uh, and founder of the company is going to convert $8 million worth of debt into a stock. 8 million of outstanding founder indebtedness into restricted Class B equity. $8 million worth, folks. Man, you can tell this thing wants to break loose. Man, it keeps popping up here to 260. And then they try to shun it and get it down here again to 253. Well, I got news for you, ladies and gentlemen. The low was just right here a moment ago at 252. And now the new low is here at 253. I'm happy to report. All right there. I'll show you right there. So here's your low of 30 minutes ago. Here's your low now. And here is your low as we speak, right here. That is your low now. So I'll let you be judge. I'm the provider. You're the decider. Here was a low at 2:46 p.m. No, 1:46 p.m. And your low was at 2:52 at 1:46 p.m. Then at 1:50 p.m., your low again was 2:52. Then at 1:51, your low was 2:52. And then here at 2:03, your low was not 2:52, it is 2:53. And now your low is here at 2:04 p.m. and your low is here at 2:54. So we've gone 250, 250, 250, 251, 252, and now we're at 254. Oh, yeah, and there's a flat top green. Let's go. Let's watch this thing springboard now. Come on. I'm getting tired of watching it manipulated all day long. I'm ready to see it springboard and really make a profit here for us. I'm ready to see it go. And as they sit, now, trying to buy 254s, now buying 255s. That's nice. Let's see if they want to buy some 256s. And there's the chart right there, folks. Look at it starting not only its first nut sack climb, but now the second nut sack climb. Let's go, baby. We've already seen this low here, this low here, this low here, this low higher, and now this low. Yes, I'm going to put in another low line that is going to show us that it is definitely rising. And you can all see it with your own two eyes right here. There is the next low that we just achieved just then. Every low is a higher low than the one before. Yep. There we go. And then this low just now was here. There. All right, you can see it clearly, folks. The first low here, the second low here, the third low here, the fourth low there, the fifth low there. All right. And that should be pretty obvious for you to understand what's happening here. And why are they trying so hard to hold it underneath this massive buying up here? Look at all this buying up here. You see that? 277 down to 257. Look at that 20-cent range where they bought all those shares earlier today. Massive amounts of buying there. You know, this thing, it can run in an instant, folks. The time is now 2:08, and this thing can skyrocket in an instant, everyone. Look at all of the dumping shares, 1 penny over my dollar cost average. Look at them dumping all those shares, 1 cent over my DCA. That's right. They're 1 cent over my DCA right now, where they're trying to dump shares, 1 penny over my DCA. Interesting to see that, huh? 1 penny over my DCA. And for how long can they hold it on? That's what I want to know. How long can they keep it 1 penny over my DCA, folks? All right. Well, I guess they're done. And I don't know why they're trying so hard to buy around me now, but it seems like the daily routine buy on my DCA. And unfortunately, I just bought it at 253, which is a penny over my DCA. That's not what they're used to doing. They're usually 2 cents under me at this time. But now they're a penny over me. And should be no surprise at all to see them sitting there 1 cent over my DCA. And here's the chart again. TDTH. And look here, folks. More buyers than sellers, 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 more buyers than sellers. Okay? So just be aware of that. Out of all these candlesticks, there's more buyers than sellers on almost every single one of them. And that's not a lie, folks. The proof is in the pudding. Look at all the buyers buying here a penny over my DCA. Golly. Wow. When will the game end? When will the game end? When will the fabricated shares run out? When will they finally throw in the towel? When will we hear the ding dong song and the shorts go long? Lots of buying at 253 here. And the KY flag comes out in 1.5 cent, a half cent over me now, 25217. The KY flag at 25217. Oh my, and then up she goes, folks. And I think they just ran out of the fakery. The fakery, the shakery, and the bakery just ran out. So I just bought at 253. I really don't want to buy too many at 253 because then I'll raise my DCA from 252 to 253. So, but certainly there's no loss of appetite for this stock at 253 a share. There's no lack of appetite for it at 253. No lack of appetite at all. There's a lot of people buying here, folks. Look at that. At 254, someone just bought 2,500 shares at 254. 2,500 share purchase at 254. I don't know. I'm getting a little bit tired of seeing this every day, of them holding stocks at my dollar cost average for hours at a time. I mean, it literally is, folks. It's for hours that they hold these prices at my dollar cost average. It can be hours they do it. Hours and hours they do it. Look at them dumping out 1,500, 2,400, all that on my 252 average. Just throwing out shares, just throwing them away at 252. Oh, yeah. And now I get to buy below my DCA. Last call for buying below my dollar cost average, folks. There you go. Keep trying, Shorty. Keep on trying, Shorty. You keep shining, and I'll keep buying. 2 cents below me, folks. 2 cents below me. Of course, they're 2 cents below me, folks. Two cents under me now. Oh, yeah. 2 cents below me. Now 1 cent below me again. Nice. Oh, that was wonderful right there. What a last chance buy in to buy below my dollar cost average. 2 cents below me. And that's exactly where they are right now, ladies and gentlemen. My DCA is 252 and they're sitting at 250. And why not try it? Why not try it? And now they're filling at 250 a share. And there's no lack of buyers here at 250 a share, folks, at all. There is no lack of buyers at 250 a share. And there they are, just hoarding it up, folks. And 249s. Nice. Well, I'd like to thank all of you market makers who are trying to manufacture shares here at 249, where I see there has been so few shares earlier today. Only 137,000 shares at 250 and only 115,000 at 251. So I'm not believing there will have many more shares here to sell. It's just a one quick rundown effort, and they're trying to buy 1 penny below my dollar cost average. And that is what they're doing right now. My DCA is at 252, and they're filling at 251. And it doesn't surprise me at all to see them take one last push to get it below my dollar cost average. And now they're loading up the boat at 253. Yep, I see 253 starting to pop out now. Yep, and there's 252 again on my DCA. And now I'm going to stop buying and I'm going to watch. And I'm up $27 on this position since I got in. And what an effort they just made to run it down to 249 there for a moment. And they have so few shares there at that price. It wasn't going to stay there, folks. Compared to the millions they've sold up here, they didn't have jack crap right there at 249. And that's why I kept buying there. And look at them now, hoarding it now on my DCA again, 252. Well, they sure did get him a whole bunch of shares at 249 there. Whoever did that, man, congratulations. That was a great little rundown there. You did a good job on that. And I know you're proud that you bought it 2 cents under my dollar cost average. I know how proud you are of yourselves for that. And now I'm just going to buy at my DCA until you run out of them. So I just bought 60 shares at 252. There we go. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to buy at 253 if I'm lucky. And now I'm up $160 on this position. I'm up $161 since I opened the position, 161. But what an effort they just made to try to spoof people out of this stock at 249. And boy, howdy, what an effort they made. What an effort they made. Last drop and then the pop. Here we go, folks. And let's let them buy some from me at 253 just because I feel sad for them. Gonna give them 253. Look at all the buyers. Look at all the buyers here buying up 250. See, the sellers here are selling 252, but that means somebody's buying it there. Somebody's buying the shit out of it there at 252. My God, look at all those buyers buying at 250 now. 250, 250, 250 with my dollar cost average at 252. Look at them all buying 251 now with my DCA at 252. There we go. Last call for 251. Last call for 250, 251, folks. There she goes. All right, there she goes. There she goes. Look at all the buyers buying now on 252. Oh my, 252.99. Uh-oh, that's not good, shorty. Oh yeah, 252.99. That means 253 is right around the corner, folks. 25299. 25201. Oh, the desperation, folks. The absolute desperation. Oh yeah. And the stock is TDTH. Check it out on the chart. There it goes, folks. TDTH. And look at it climbing now. And what an effort just then to just spoof everyone out of it, just to get everyone out. What a big effort it was right there to get a buy at 248, 249, 250, 251, now 252. And there she goes, folks. There she goes. TDTH. Oh my gosh, look at all those 253s now they're coming in and buying. Let's sell them some 254s as well. And some 255s. Oh yeah, there she goes. There she goes. All right. And now I'm up 298 on this position, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a tough, tough battle. I mean, it's been tough, but I'm up 295 since I opened the position. And it has been tough, people. It has not been easy. Man, what a challenge today has been. And now I'm going to try to buy some 253, which I just did. Man, have they tried to hold this thing down? And there it goes, folks. There it goes right now. Look at it taking off. And this is TDTH. TDTH. Look at all the buyers coming in. Oh my gosh. Look down here, folks. Look at the buyers versus the sellers. TDTH. This whole candlestick was full of buyers right there. 13,000 shares, all bought on the ask. All buyers on this one. All buyers on this one. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Look at all the green down there coming in on this. As they nestle it in here and try to hold it on my DCA at 252. Oh, I see they just bought from me at 253. Oh, they bought again from me at 253. Look at all the 253s right here coming out. Oh, man, oh, man. And look at them all trying to buy on my 252, folks. What a weird number for them to want to buy so many freaking shares, right? 252. Why do they want to buy so many at that weird ass number? 252. There's the chart on it, folks. They just keep trying to just keep. Look at this first low there, the second low there, the third low there, the fourth one there, the fifth one there, the sixth one there, and the seventh one here. Look at those lows climbing. I'll show them to you so you can see them more defined. Here's the first low that they achieved just a little bit ago. Then the second low they achieved was right. Sorry, folks. The second low they achieved was this one right here. There. So the first low they achieved was there. The second low they achieved was there. The third low they achieved was here. The third low they achieved was right there. The fourth low they achieved was right there. So you can see one low here matched there, then going to there, then going to there, then going to there, and now here is the next low right here, right there. So this afternoon's low has been here at this price, and that price is at 248, and then here to 249, then here to 250, here to 250, and then now the next low here, 251. So every low this afternoon has been higher, 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 and higher. Every one of them has been higher. And I like that. Every low higher is all I can ask for. Higher lows is all I should ask for. Let's look at this chart on the 5-day. My God, look at him trying to just pinch that thing and hold it from this rising 200-day and a nice shoulder it's building on this. Just look at that nice shoulder rising 200-day right there. And my gosh, just look at them try to pinch that thing down, folks, right there. And they got the first low there, the second low there, the third low there, the fourth low there, the fifth low there. And it's because this 200 just steadily rising, rising, and rising. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, it's at 253. I just sold 253 and I'm up $167 on this position now. Oh man, this thing just feels like it's just ready to just go ballistic, folks. And I mean quickly ballistic. And I could be wrong. Like I said, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think this thing's about to launch. I think it's completely oversold down here, to be honest with you. Completely oversold. And goodness gracious, look at all those buyers coming in at 253 now, 254. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Woo! Time for this thing to fly. 253s. There it goes. And look at all the buyers coming in. 253, now 254. Oh man, let's see this thing go. Now I'm going to remove these sell orders. I just took my sell orders away because I don't want anybody else to sell 254, 255, or 256. I don't want you to put sell orders there. So please take them out if you've got them there now, okay? We don't want to create a wall with all 35 or 40 of us selling at the same number. So take your sell orders out now at 254, 255. If you had them where I did, take them out now, folks. And let's let this thing take off here. And this is it right here, the stock. TDTH. TDTH. And man, oh man, just look at them riding it here. How many times they've tried to take it down below my 200. Once below the 200, that's all they had. And I bought it there when it was there at 237 a share. And I bought it at 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 42. I'm glad I was able to because I could drop my dollar cost average all the way from 270s down to 252. And now the bid is 254. The ask is 255. And ladies and gentlemen, don't be surprised to see this thing make a rapid move up here. Okay? Don't be surprised to see this thing springboard. Don't be surprised. The bid is now 254 and the ask is 255. And right now I'm up $369.70. Now I'm up $435 and I'm starting to sell. And all I'm doing is selling at market here now, folks. And I'm up $433.80. TDTH. CLRO at 16. Nice. And you can see right now I'm up $433 on this position. Well, I tell you what, though, they sure are trying to hold that thing, aren't they, at my DCA? Look at how hard they're trying, folks. 1 minute I'm up 470, the next minute I'm up 107. Man, they don't want me to make any money, folks. They don't. They just don't want me to make any money here, folks. They're trying to hold this thing down. And over here at this prices, they haven't had jack crap. 218,000 at my DCA, 366,000 here, 541,000, 548,000, 538,000, 405,000 at 257. And then look at these 600, 800,000, a million. 700,000, 800, 900, 900, a million, 900, 900, 800, a million. Look at all the shares they bought already higher than me. I mean, all the shares they bought here higher than me already. So many more shares bought higher than me. And now I'm up 431 again. Wow. Holy smokes, folks. Let's go. Let's watch this thing rip here, folks. Man, I'm ready to watch it blow up over all this massive buying that's been bought up here. And look at all the darkness that was sold here, folks, to make it all fall there in the first place. They started selling at 316 and they were all dark. Every one of this is dark. Every one of those were sold to the bid all the way from 316 down to 279. 316 down to 279. Everything was sold. All dark, all dark, all dark until right there. The first shares were bought on the ask, and that price was at 282. So, ladies and gentlemen, from $3.16, every one of these were sold, sold, sold to the bid. And you can see right there's where the buyers started coming in at 282. And then the buyers were buying all through here at 276. A lot of buying versus selling there. More buyers than sellers here. More buyers here than sellers there. More buyers here than sellers there. More buyers here than there were sellers. All these numbers had all through here more buyers than there were sellers in many instances, especially down here. Down here again, all this has been dark, 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 dark. Everything sold to the bid here, all sold on the bid, all sold to the bidders again, all dark. Man, I'm so ready to watch this thing take off. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, so hard how they've tried to get people out and fleece people out and fleece people out and fleece people, fleece people, fleece people out. Trying to fleece them out, everyone. Now the bid is 253, the ask is 254. And the ask just went up to 255. And when the ask went up to 255, the bid dropped to 252. But the ask is 255 now. Nobody wants to sell for less than 255. But just look at all the buyers buying here at 253. And they have hardly had any shares here, folks. Only 360,000 here, 540,000 at 254. Buyers just hoarding up shares at 253 now. 1 penny over my dollar cost average. And now 2 cents over me, 254. Is this where it runs? Is this where it runs? Dumpers dumping 253s again. 10 shares at a time. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. And now 253s are being bought like crazy. And 255s are being bought. And the ask is 255, folks. Someone just bought 1,400 at 255. And now they're coming at 254s. 254.62. Let's go. Come on, run this freaking thing up. Let's go. I say stop the bullshit. And I'm at 380 on this position right now. Man, oh man, look at all the shares they're accumulating here at 253 on this thing. It's crazy. Why? There we go. Just sold 400 at 254. Oh, here they come, baby. Look at those buys coming in 255 even. Oh, yeah. Here we go, baby. Let's go. Let's run this thing up. Just sold another at 254. 254 they're buying now, and 255. And here's the chart we're looking at right now. This is the chart. Tyler, what stock are you looking at? I'm on TDTH. TDTH. It's up 38% today. TDTH. And they have been trying all day to hold this stock at my dollar cost average. And it didn't matter where my dollar cost average was. When my dollar cost average was 266, look at how many shares they bought around my dollar cost average when it was 266, folks. Look at that. Look at all the shares they bought around my dollar cost average when my DCA was at 266. And now my dollar cost average is at 253. And look at them trying to hold it at 253. Look at how hard they're trying to hold it at 253, folks. I mean, they're trying so hard to now buy all they can around this new dollar cost average I've run it down to. See, what happened was I had my dollar cost average at 266, and they filled up their tank around me at 266. And after they did that at 266, then they ran the price down to 237. And I bought thousands of shares at 237 and lowered my DCA to 253. So now this is the new area that they're trying to accumulate shares around my new dollar cost average. Okay. So up here, when my dollar cost average was at 266, this is where they bought all the shares around me, all the shares around me. Now I've lowered it to here, 253, and look at them trying to buy around me here now. Isn't it amazing? Look at that. Look how hard they're trying to hold this at my dollar cost average or a penny below me. It's pretty amazing to see how they do it, folks, and what goes on here daily on this channel. And it really does make me feel like that it doesn't matter where my dollar cost average is, they're going to sit there and they're going to buy all the freaking shares they can around my dollar cost average. If it's 266, they're going to pile in and buy millions of shares there. If I drop it to 252, they're going to pile in and buy hundreds of thousands there. It doesn't matter where my DCA is. They're going to try to maintain my dollar cost average. And up here, you can clearly see when my DCA was at 266. Good God, look at all the shares they bought around my dollar cost average up here. It really is something to witness. And now all they're trying to buy is 2 cents below me, folks, right here as we approach 3 o'clock. And how many times have you seen them try to do that? Buy shares 2 cents below my dollar cost average right before 3 o'clock. Well, it's almost a daily occurrence, folks. It should be something that you all are very used to seeing every day. 2 cents below me at 3 o'clock. 2 cents below me, folks. 251 and now 252. So they're only a penny below me now. And there they ran out of those. I guess they ran out of the 250s. I guess they ran out of 250s and 251s, and now they're back to 253. Nice. Back to 253 now, folks. Look at that. Boy, I tell you what, man, they sure do try, don't they? They try everything under the sun. They try it every day, folks. They try it over and over every day on this channel, trying to hold a stock price a penny below my dollar cost average for as long as they possibly can. It really is interesting to see how they do it and the method that they go about doing it, folks. And look at all the buyers now buying 252, my dollar cost average. It's amazing, folks. We're almost at 3 o'clock, folks. There we go. 250. Beautiful. 250. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 250. Thank you very much. And I'm going to keep buying 250 until they run out of them, folks. And the 251, which is 2 cents below me. There we go. Thank you very much, dumpers. Thank you, dumpers. 2 cents below me, ladies and gentlemen. And they got 249 for just a second there. Got to hand it to them every day, folks. They got to keep me in the red, I guess. At least a penny. At least 1 penny below me, folks. As we now approach the 3 o'clock hour. And here's the chart on this stock. And man, have they tried to hold this thing here now for frickin' hours. Hours they've tried to hold it here at this price. Literally hours. And they're not using any volume to do it with. Look down here. There's hardly any candlesticks on this at all down here, folks. Boy, it'd be one thing if I saw some massive, like I saw the selling this morning, these huge red candlesticks of selling this morning. It'd be one thing if I was seeing those here now, But I ain't seeing jack crap here now for sales. I'm literally seeing virtually no visible candlesticks at all right here to run this down. Just the lightest action to run it down. And that's often what they do until 3 o'clock, folks. And then they finally start showing their real colors, ladies and gentlemen. And the bid right now is 249 and the ask is 251. So they can keep the price 2 cents below my dollar cost average. And the ask just jumped to 252. And the bid is 249, and that is green. And the ask is 252. And the bid is green, 249, and the ask is 252. And the bid is green at 249, and the ask is 252. The stock is up 38% today, folks. It's up 38%. And the ask is 249, and the ask is 251. And I'm just wondering when is this going to end? When are they going to run out of shares to sell of this stock? TDTH. I wonder how many shares are outstanding. Let's go look and see. TDTH. TDTH stock. Yahoo. How many friggin' shares are there of this thing? Today it's traded 37 million shares. 37 million shares, and shares outstanding is only 4.5 million, and the float is only 3 million. 19,000 shares short. And in the prior month, 41,000 shares were short. So the shorters have really lightened up their position on this. I don't know why they're trying so hard to hold it here. They've really been leaving this stock. They gotten burned, I guess. And the bid now is 249. The ask is 252. $249. Thank you, Shorty. $249. Thank you, Shorty. $249. Thank you, Shorts. $248. Merci beaucoup. $247, and you're making my day here. And we're almost at 3 o'clock, folks. Almost at 3 o'clock now. Last call for 247, where they've only had 300,000 shares and only 12,000 at 123,000 at 246. They've never had any shares down here, folks. They've never had any, and they're not going to have very long here now either. And I just bought 248. I want to thank those of you that are market making this right now. I appreciate it very much. I appreciate it because you're letting me lower my dollar cost average again, like you did about an hour and a half ago. Just bought it at 248 again, and I got it at 248 again. 248 again. Thank you very much. 248 again. Now 249. Now 249 again. Now 248. And again, thank you for the measly shares that you have here that you're throwing out. I can see how few you're putting out there. Now 247s. Thank you. 247. 247. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank you again for the 246s even that you're pushing out now. And I'm buying the crap out of this right here at 245 because I know they haven't had jack crap for sales down here all damn day. They've been shoving out a few shares every once in a while at 245, but they've never had any substantial amount of shares here. So I'm hoarding them myself at 245 and 246 right now. And by the way, I'm not the only one buying here at 246. I can tell you that. There's a shitload of buyers here at 246 and 247 and 245 along with me. And I don't blame them for buying there. We've seen this several times today, them trying this number. They've tried it many times, and they've never had any real volume here to substantiate it with, okay? So I do not believe they will be able to maintain it today at this price either. I just don't believe it, folks. Not with this kind of volume right here. Not with that kind of volume. I don't believe it. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Last call, 3 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. Last call for 246 a share. Last call for 246 a share. And now we're trying 241 for size. Oh my God, 239. And they're going to try to get to 237 again, maybe. I don't know. It looks like they tried it here at 3. And they're done with that. It's now at 243. But I did just pick up some 241 and 240 right here at 3 o'clock. Now 242s. And this is another way for me to lower my dollar cost average. And I've just lowered it down to 251 now. And here we go, folks. Here we go. And the buyers are coming in now at 243s. And I guess now 244s. Yep, I just bought 244. 244 again. Now 245s. Oh, yeah. Then there's plenty of buyers buying here, folks. Look at all the green. Look at all the green there at 243, 44, 45. Yes. 245s. Lots of buying there at 245s. And I'm trying to buy 244. I can't seem to get it. There's 245 again. 245 once more. 245 again. $245. I wonder why they're not getting any 244s. There they come. There they come. There's the number they want, 244. And now we're at 246s. Very nice. Here we go. And I just bought again at 246. I'm not sure why they are not getting any 244s anymore. That's really the number they really love, love, love. 244. And but whatever, I'll just keep buying at 245 here until they're out of those as well, I guess. Boy, they've been able to just keep cranking out shares of this stock that they've sold more than exists. They've sold way more than exists here, folks. I just showed you guys that in existence there are only shares outstanding 4.5 million shares. 4.5 million shares outstanding. 4.5 million shares. And the stock has now traded 37 million shares. And look at that very last dump ever, that little vaggy drop right there. Look at that little vaggy drop right there. Oh, yeah. What a little vaggy drop. How interesting. Oh, and she's gone back up over my dollar cost average now. Bye bye, manipulative 240. Yes. Oh, my. 249 and 250. And now watch them try to sit this thing under my dollar cost average. I guess as long as they can, folks. I guess they're going to try to hold it there as long as they can. And what do you know? They're sitting a penny under my dollar cost average. 1 penny under my dollar cost average. How do you like that, folks? Sitting 1 penny below me. And again, I've lowered my dollar cost average now from 253 to $2.51. And of course, they're sitting 1 cent below me. It really doesn't matter where my DCA is, they're going to find a way to achieve. And look, they've never had any shares here for sale at all. They've never had any shares here all day for sale. And all of a sudden, this becomes the place on my dollar cost average that they want to start hoarding shares now. Isn't that interesting to see that? Golly, look at all the sales they're dumping 1 penny under my dollar cost average there. Just amazing, folks. Look at that. 250 a share, 249 and a half. And my dollar cost average is 251. It's incredible, folks, to see this. It really is. And yeah, I'll admit it, for me, it gets frustrating. It gets frustrating to see them hold these prices 2 cents below me. I'll admit it. It does get frustrating to see it. But when it runs, it feels good. And now, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're rising above me now. There we go. And now I'm up 169 on this position. Now I'm up 326. And there it goes, folks, over my DCA. And thank you for letting me drop my DCA to 251 a share. I want to thank you for that. Those manipulators that just did that right up to 3 o'clock. And now let's see how high she flies, ladies and gentlemen. As I begin to sell here at market, and I'm up 290 on this position now. And let's go see how much I end up making on this today. And I see a lot of buyers coming in here at 253. Yep. Oh, yeah. Buying up 253 now. Well, I tell you, folks, it has not been easy to make money on this in this market. It really hasn't. And it's been a challenge every single day. There's no question about it. A big challenge every day to make any money in this market manipulation. And you just got to hold on to your horses, ladies and gentlemen. When you see them starting to come after you like that, and you got to buckle down and bear down, folks. And now my dollar cost average is at 251. And what do you know? They're trading at 251. And again, folks, look over here at how many shares they've had at 251 previously today. Virtually none. Virtually none, folks. No shares available at these prices earlier today at all. And now my DCA is 251 and they're sitting at that number. How can they hold it there when they had so many up here, buying the shitload of these shares up here? Well, they don't make it easy for me, but then again, I don't make it easy for them either. No, I don't. I don't make it easy for them, folks. Look at all the buyers buying on my DCA now, 251. And now they're buying 252s. Yes, here we go. And amazing, that folks, just absolutely friggin' amazing. 252, 252. Look at them sitting on my dollar cost average, folks. 251 a share. Oh my gosh, it's just crazy. I think they're going to sit on my dollar cost average for freaking from 313 until 4 o'clock. They're going to sit on my DCA. They're going to sit on my DCA for 45 freaking minutes here. Incredible. And they've never had jack shit down here for sale all day long at these prices. Nothing down here. Nothing down here. There she goes. There she goes. Now we're seeing it fly. Yeah, there you go. There she goes. Nice, nice, nice. Let's go. Come on now. Let's make some money, folks. And now I'm up $521 on this position. Screw the shorts. Yeah, baby. Come on up. It's water's fine. Come on in. 254. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, look at the buyers buying up 254 now, and my dollar cost average is 251 on this thing, and I got so many shares. Nice. Well, thank you, market makers, for just running that down to 240s again, where I got to get my dollar cost average even lower. I want to thank you very much. And it's not been easy to make money today. It sure hasn't been easy. But I see these buyers coming in now over my DCA. All those shares they just bought at 254. It tells me no one's really scared to buy there. No one is really scared to buy there. And now I'm up $336 or 356 on this position. And I'm selling 400 at a time and I'm buying here 60 at a time. That's what I've been doing. And I've been doing it all afternoon, folks. I mean, I've just been doing it over and over and over. That's what I've been doing. And now I'm going to try to buy 252 and 253. There we go. Bought it 253 right then. And I just got a 252. So thank you, market makers. And now I'm going to sell 400. There, she's rising now. And she should come right up past all this and then ride right up over all that to 277 if we're lucky. And I'm up 445 on this position today now, $445 gain on it. And you might as well keep putting in these buy orders underneath it here. And I see a KY flag flying at 253 and a half. 253 and a half, folks. KY flag at 253 and a half. Oh, jeez. I want to be buying 60, not 400. There we go. 254. Thank you. Look at the buyers coming in at 254, folks. And I've got orders here at 252, 253, 254. And here's the chart. There's the chart, folks, on this thing right now. And look at that 5-day rising up over the 10-day as we speak, folks. Man, what an effort they tried to hold this thing down all day. Look at the 1-day chart on it now. And there it goes, folks. There it goes. Yes, indeed. TDTH. And now I'm up $647 on this son of a gun. Up 550. Up 647 now. And look at it rising, ladies and gentlemen. We're up to 256 now. 259. Whoa! Up 821. Now up 1,000. Yes. Oh, yeah. Here she goes. And watch it blow up over all this, folks. Watch it go, folks. Yes. All right. I got in and out of that one, made 245 on that just now. I'd given up, had got in and then dropped, so I logged out, went to take care of mom. She doesn't want to cooperate right now, so log back. SKYQ. All right, thank you. SKYQ. I'm not sure how much I have left of that. Well, I sold it all when it was at three. Yep, I sold it and I made $82.80. I've got no shares left. No shares left of that. And now I got to get back over to my TDTH. Oh man, folks. Well, it hasn't been easy, folks. It hasn't been easy, but we're doing it. And rock and roll, baby. Thank you for buying from me now at 256. Thank you very much. And my dollar cost average is dropping, folks. My dollar cost average now is 249 a share. And I'm up 769 on this position today, ladies and gentlemen. And now I'm up 986 on this position. And I told you guys yesterday I made a mistake. And when the price got up to the highs and I was up about $1,000 yesterday, I should have sold everything. And today I'm going to sell everything. I'm going to sell every damn thing I've got because I've learned it doesn't do you any good to hold on when you're up 800 bucks. You should just, because man, they can slaughter a stock down in the last 20 minutes. I learned that yesterday. So I'm not going to play that game today. And I am selling here, selling at market 257. And I'm up $795 on this position today. And I'm going to put my buy order up at 255. And I just sold 257. Now I'm going to sell 258, 259, and 260. And I'm up 860 on this position today. Trying to buy 255. Man, I see them raising these sell orders up here too. They're raising their sell orders here, folks. They keep moving them up. They're moving them up, folks. Yep. There's a buy at 255. Any more chump change at 254? Any more chumps got 254 for me? There we go. There's a 254. Thank you very much. All I got to do is ask and I shall receive. How about a 253? Can I get that? And again, folks, they have not made this easy at all to make money. It's pretty tough, folks. Looking at this chart, that's what it's doing right now. This is what it's doing right now. And man, look at the manipulators. Try the double ta-ta there, then try a deep veggie to the same number, and then look at it take off of that. A double ta-ta that occurred at 11:35 and 11:44. 9 minutes apart, a double ta-ta. And then one more chance at that same number they tried just then to get everybody out. Get them out, get them out, get them out. Trying to get everyone out and scare them all away from the stock. Look at that. They did it at 11:35, 11:44, and then they tried it one more time right there at 3 o'clock. It was right at 3 o'clock they tried it. Man, that's impressive. Man, they gave it everything they had, didn't they? And they tried to get everyone out. They tried to fleece it out good, folks. Trouble is, now my dollar cost average is 249, and there's a happy bunch of buyers at 254 and 255. And I'm selling there, folks. Oh yeah, look at them buying 255s and 254s. There you go. Nice buy there from me. I appreciate that. And I just wonder how high it could go, how quickly it could run up over all these way oversold shares. I just wonder how fast it could go back up over all these heavily, heavily oversold shares up here. How fast can it go? Dumpers trying to dump 253. So what? My DCA is 249, shorty. You got a ways to go to get to my DCA now, dumping 253s out. And again, I'm looking at the chart. I don't even know why they'd be wasting their time trying to do this. I'm using Charles Schwab Think or Swim. Charles Schwab Think or Swim. And the stock I've been trading today is TDTH. TDTH. There it is right now, ladies and gentlemen, on the chart. TDTH. And man, oh man, look at that sack right there. And then look at that run up. And look at him try to beat it down again. And look at it exploding here. TDTH. And right now I'm up $515 on this position. And I'm selling everything I've got before the end of the day today. And I'm not going to wait until the after hours because I've seen them now be able to really run these stocks way down in the after hours. And so I'm not going to wait around. I'm going to sell these shares here. And there she goes, 255s, ladies and gentlemen, 255s. They're buying like crazy. Nice. And 256s now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 255 sold just then. Yes, 255. 256 is out of here. And my dollar cost average is $2.48. Say goodbye to 257s now, folks. And look at the KY flag coming at 2555. 2555 with the KY flag. There you go. 255 just sold. And I'm telling you, I'm going to get out of every single one of these shares. I'm up 497 on this position today. Also made a nice profit on SKYQ. Lots of buyers here. I just saw the dumpers try to dump 252, but we're already back up to 255 there. Dumpers are trying to dump 252, but buyers are buying 255. And here's the chart right here on it. TDTH. And my goodness, a lot of buyers here at 255. 3:30 p.m., folks. And this thing could still go much higher, folks. It could go right over all these numbers, all the way up to 277, believe it or not. Because all of this is completely oversold, just heavily, heavily oversold. And look at all the darkness up here that they sold to the bid. All these shares, all the way down to right there, sold to the bid in heavy, heavy fashion, just dumping out shares up there earlier today to make the price fall. I just wonder, is it really going to skyrocket here? Are they really going to start coming in on this thing? I'm looking at these candlesticks down here right now, and that last candlestick is 100% buyers. Almost all these are. Take a look at these candlesticks right here, folks. All buyers, all buyers, all buyers. Sellers finally stepped in on that candlestick. More buyers than sellers here now in this last few minutes, in the last minute. I don't see any freaking sellers here, just all buyers. And now on this candlestick, again, green, all buying here. I see them trying to drop the price, but man, everybody's buying on the ask here. They're all buying on the ask. A lot of buyers here buying at this price. That's right. A lot of buyers buying here. They're certainly not afraid to buy 252. That's for freaking sure. And now I just sold 254. And here she goes, folks. Let's sell some 255. Up 440. And as of right now, I'm still expecting to see a last 15-minute run up. And I don't know how high it might go, but I tell you what, I'm going to be selling as it does. Right now, I'm up 440 on this position. I've got 3,900 shares of this stock in my possession. And I just sold 254, 200 there. I just sold 254 again. Where are the buyers going to come in here? Come on, buyers, let's go. 254 they're buying from me. Let's go look at the chart again. And there is nothing but buyers coming in here, folks. Look at the buyers coming in on these candlesticks right here. Look at the buyers pulling in on this right now. I mean, buying the crap out of it. Buyers pulling in big quantities right here. 27,000 in that last minute. And then another 9,000 here. All buying on the ask. They're buying, folks. Oh, man, let's watch this baby run. Look at all the buyers buying at 254 there. And then the dumpers say, well, let me sell mine at 252 instead and 253. No, we don't want to sell ours for 254 and 255 like everyone else is doing. We're going to sell ours at 252 and 253, see? Because that way we can make less money. Pardon me. Oh my, someone was so tempted they had to buy from me at 253. There, 5 cents higher, my DCA. And again, there we go, 253. And I'm down to 2,900 shares now of this stock, and I'm up 378.20 on it. And it has not been easy today, folks, that's for sure. They've made it very, very, very difficult to make profit today. And man, have they held this thing down. They've tried it all freaking day, ladies and gentlemen, over and over. And look at them now trying to achieve this line here now. The same one that they did earlier, 249. And of course, they're a penny over my dollar cost average. Yep. And just think of all those shares I just sold, the thousands of shares that I just sold at 254. Buy from me, Shorty. Buy from me, Shorty. Look at all the buyers at 249 here piling in and buying 249. There we go. Buy the 251 now. There you go. That's right. All right, folks. 20 minutes till the bell rings. Is she going to fly or is she going to fry? I think she's going to fly, folks. Look at all the 252s buying now. And by the way, this happens to me, my dollar cost average 250. And look at this, folks. Look how many shares they've now come up with at 250. 977,000 shares when all day long they haven't had jack shit down here. But now at the end of the day, with my DCA at 250, they're buying 981,000 shares at 250, folks. How do you like that? 981,000 shares at 250, folks. That's almost the record number of shares that they've bought. The most they've bought is 1,054, 1,042, and 1,168. And now they're at 981,000 at my DCA of 250. It's incredible, folks. I have no idea where they're coming up with shares. I have no idea where they're coming up with any more shares because, ladies and gentlemen, there's only 4 million shares of this outstanding, and it's already traded over 38 million, I believe. Let's go look again. It's traded 37,477,000. 38 million now. 38 million. Somehow this stock has traded 38 million shares today when they only have shares available 4.72 million. That's right. 4.72 million shares outstanding. And today they've traded 38 million shares. What do you guess is going on there? Huh? What do you think is happening there, folks? How can there be any more shares to sell when there's only 4 million and they've sold 38 million? Your guess is as good as mine, folks. I don't know how they keep cranking out shares. 4 million shares outstanding, 38 million shares traded today. Well, we're coming down to the last 18 minutes, and look where they're sitting 2 cents below me, folks. 2 cents below me. 2 cents below my dollar cost average, folks. For about the fifth time today. It doesn't matter where my DCA is, folks. They're going to try to hold it underneath me. This is a proven fact. It doesn't matter where my DCA is, folks. They are going to try to hold it underneath it. It doesn't matter where it is. Oh, and she just broke away. She just took off, folks. And this thing has just broken away now. They could not hold it under my DCA, and I just sold 254 and selling again now. And I just sold 253. Sold it again at 253. And now I only have 2,000 shares left, and I'm up $434 on this position today. And man, it has not been easy. It has not been easy. It certainly has not been easy, man. They have just worked this stock all day long. And the stock I'm trading is TDTH. And I'm up 416 on it right now. And I now have only 1,720 shares remaining. And I'm waiting for this thing to skyrocket here at the close. Let's go, baby. Put in some 269, 259, 260. And I just sold 254. And look at the buyers coming in at 254 like a rampaging bull. Market makers try to dump at 252 on my DCA after they just bought from me at 254. Here is the stock chart. Oh, look at it. Make its nice climb right there. Buyers coming in and buying the crap out of it. Look at them buying this up, folks. Look at all the buyers right there versus sellers. Huge buying versus selling here. But alas, they're sitting 1 cent below my dollar cost average. 1 cent below me, folks. And I only have 1,300 shares left, and I'm up 380 on this position today. Up 392 now on this position today. And look where they're sitting. And I've only got 1,300, 20, 40, 60, 80. That's be 1,000, 1,200, 1,400. So I better get rid of this top one because I don't want to short it. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now 13 minutes away from this market closing. Should be no coincidence. As the chumps try to hold the price now 2 cents below my dollar cost average. I now have only 1,120 shares remaining. And we now have 12 minutes till the market closes. There's the chart as they try one last dive to this number here, 249. And what an effort they have made today to hold this stock down It's still up 37% on the news of this morning that the CEO founder was going to change 8 million of indebtedness over into premium restricted shares. And what an interesting number than to be holding that 250 a share. And ladies and gentlemen, that is 2 cents below my dollar cost average. How do you like that? 2 cents below me, baby. As usual. I only have now 1,120 shares remaining. So I'm going to get rid of these sell orders right here. And we now have 11 minutes until the market closes. I'm up $367.40 on this position today. 373 is how much I'm up right now. And man, it's just been a freaking battle, folks. Look at all these millions of shares bought above this price. Just millions of shares bought above this price. You would think that all of these that bought here would want to buy the shit out of this right now and get this thing to come up past their prices. And maybe they will. Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised to see them do it here in the last few minutes and make a profit. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to try to buy it here at 250 and 251. And look at all the buyers buying this at 250 now and 251. And now 253. Oh, nice. They've gone back up over my dollar cost average. And I just sold 253. Now up 405 on this position today. Now up 405. And it hasn't been easy, folks. You've seen how I've had to do it. It's been tough. God dang, every time they ran the thing down, I had to just hoard it up and buy the crap out of it. It has not been easy. And now I'm seeing bids come in 254. As they sit on my dollar cost average going into the close. 252 is my dollar cost average. Oh my gosh. And look at him trying to hold it a penny under my DCA, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, just look at all the shorties selling here. 252 on my DCA, folks. Selling on my DCA, 252 and 251, trying to get people 1 cent below me. And look at the KY flag at 251 and a half, folks. A half cent below my DCA. What a joke. Goodness gracious, folks. Ridiculous. There we are. Now we're at 252. Back up to my DCA, and they're at 251, 252, 251. There's another buy. Finally, I got a buy at 251. Look at all the selling here. Uh, Dumping out 251s, 1 penny below my dollar cost average. There you go. There's another buy for me at 251. I'm buying here now because I expect a surge. I expect to see it run right up past all this oversold bullshit right now. So that's why I'm still buying. I expect it to surge up over all that shit. You bet I'm buying 251. Look at all those buyers at 251 right there. Buying with me, folks, on my dollar cost average. Because everybody wants to buy with Catfish Ty. Last call for 251 and 250 a share. Last call for 251 and 250 a share. Thank you for those 250s. Thank you. That's right. Thank you very much for all those shares you're giving me at 250 a share now. And we got 4.5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Will this thing skyrocket? Is it going to take off now and the buyers come pouring in and run it up? I'm up $375 on this position right now today. Now up 412. Oh my, look at all the 252 buys coming in now. 251s. Why? Why are you buying 251s? Is it because that's my dollar cost average? Oh no, 252s now. And now I'm up $411 on this position. Good Lord, it's ridiculous, folks. 251.9 even, 252 there. I've got 1,700 shares left. And I'm up $402 on this position today. Good Lord. It has been something else. I can't imagine that this thing has even sat here this freaking long, folks. It is just ridiculous. It really is. It's freaking ridiculous, folks. And look at the buyers coming in right now. Look at the buyers coming in on this stock. Look at the buyers right there. 2-to-1 buyers versus sellers. 3-to-1 buyers here. I mean, there's a lot of green right here, folks, buying into this stock right now. I'm telling you. And my dollar cost average is at 250 a share, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm up 409 bucks on this stock today. And we now have 2 minutes left. I've got 1,400 shares remaining to sell. And I now have 1,300 shares left remaining to sell. And there she's starting to pop. We're seeing 253 now. And I'm up 418 on this position today. The stock I'm trading is TDTH. TDTH. And I got to tell you, man, they have done a hell of a job keeping this thing down at my dollar cost average for 3 hours this afternoon. I mean, it's incredible, folks. And I just sold 254. I'm now up 449 on this position today. I've got 900 shares left. I just sold 255. And yes, it is springboarding like I thought it was. I'm going to sell all the shares though. I now have 800 shares remaining and I'm up $437. And am I surprised? No, I'm not surprised to see this. And now I have only 100 shares left. And I sold all of them but 100 shares, folks. I've got just 100 shares remaining. And I made $432 on this position today. And ladies and gentlemen, it was a fight to the finish. Yep. Heavy catfishers and catfish nets. Yes. Rain owes me 43 bucks and I want it back. I did something wrong. I will figure it out. Well, and look at this thing skyrocket as soon as the market closes. Look at it jumping up to 266, 267 now. Oh my gosh, look at this stock at 266, 267 now. As soon as the market closes and the manipulators are out, now we're at 268. Now we're at 269, 270. Man, oh man. And the reason I sold it, oh my gosh, 275. Oh my gosh, you guys. Holy smokes. 276. You see how the market makers held this down? I told you it could go back up over 277. I told you. And look at that thing now. Sweet. 278. Folks, please sell some of this at 284 and 286, 87, 88. All right. Please sell this, folks. 284, 286, 87, and 288. Wow. Yep, it bounced off 238 twice. And look at it now, 279. Goodness gracious. Look at that thing. It's up 7% now, 8% now, 280, 9%. TDTH. Manipulated all day long. Manipulated all day long. Board it all up and then run it up in the after hours to your surprise. To everyone's surprise. Look at that thing skyrocket as soon as the market closed. Wow. Well, everybody, I want to thank you for being here with me today. I appreciate it very, very much. Um, Today, just like yesterday, I've got some business I've got to do and handle before 5 o'clock. And so I want to thank you all for being here with me today. I hope that you made some money today. I hope you prospered. I hope you learned something today about day trading. And I want to thank you again for being here. Thank you for all of your likes. Thank you for your time on the channel with me. I hope that you all have great success in all your financial endeavors. I hope that you have the best health that you can have and be in good shape, everybody. And last but not least, I pray for you that you're surrounded with love because each and every one of you deserves it so much. All right, let me get out of here, folks. Stock is up 7% now in after hours. Who would have guessed? All right, everybody. Have a great evening, everyone. God bless you all. And I'm out of here. Catfish Tyler, over and out. Yep, I got to go. Yep, woohoo. Yeah, Gary. Stock is up now 10% in after hours. All right. I got to get out of here, guys. I got to run. Catfish Tyler, over and out. Bye bye. Thank you very much, Gary. You too, my friend. God bless you too. Bye bye, everybody. I love you all.